Test, test. Oh, now the mic is working. Okay, thank God. There's no. I think at least there was no one here. Not that I'm not very busy. Okay, let's see. Are you test, test? Test, test. Test, test. Yeah, working. Okay, and okay, good. I'm waiting. I was ready for a short because I think I was sort of like under the impression that the daily high was in, but a little bit hesitant. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of this one here. Okay, so we are moving up. Are we going to go into undiscovered territories, or are we going to reject from here and leave something for tomorrow? So if we have a TGIF tomorrow, we want to leave something open, right? I prefer to see it go back in the range and leave something for tomorrow, and then again take another high out, and then go back into the range. But then again, it can do it already today, but I don't think so. Okay, 12:05. Now let's see. Yes, okay, I'm getting short. I'm just gonna do it. And I'll do it on my regular. I'm gonna go. So it might be a little bit early. I still haven't figured out how my TP is going to be. This is still a paper trade. I haven't done. I'm going to do it as well on my live, but still waiting. I think this is fine. Are we going to take the equal highs, or are we just going to drop from here and leave that for tomorrow? I want to see a drop. I want to see a drop. We can leave the equal highs for tomorrow. I want to see a drop. 1208. Yes. Now, what am I looking at? Where's my 1202? Oh, that's actually good. Yes, come on, go. Go, go, go. Just drop below it. It's not time yet. Still going to take out those equal highs. Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay. It's going to take out the equal highs. It's okay. So I'm going to wait for this. But I'm preparing for a short for this session. That's for sure. Just have to find a good entry. I'm just not sure if it's going to take out these equal highs or it's going to leave them for tomorrow. I wouldn't be surprised if we're just going to get a flush down at 10 past. So I just want to be, I want to get in back in again if I see that happen. So I'm looking at this level here. Um, I wouldn't be surprised if it just moving a flush down. And then tomorrow we might just go back and then take it out. We'll have a nice TGI, I guess. Let's see. Oh, XRP is nice moving up. Good. Let's see it. Okay, now let's calculate this again. So we have this and this. This is the high. So yeah, I really think this is the high. It might do a little wick above it, but I really don't think we're going to go much higher than this for today. But let's see if I'm wrong. Let's see, we're going to get S&T on the high. Let's see what the ES is doing. And if ES takes out a high, because I really think NQ is done. I just think it might give us a little wick above it, but I prefer now to see. Let's see what ES does. 15. Doesn't matter. It's just it's about that high. 1212. Now, where are we going back into? Oh, and Q already took it. No, didn't it? Oh, no, we did not. No. I'm so short biased. I just want to get in the short. It's sort of like, really think it's going to go to the downside. I'm just going to enter on my live account. We're a very tight stop.
Order filled.
It's 10 past, 13 past. Yeah. I think it's going to blast down. I'm just going to enter here as well. So that's what I mean. Yeah, I'm going to go short. Hey, what happened here? Now the reason is also because everyone is expecting those equal highs to be taken, right? And that's why I'm thinking it might not take it. And we're going down. Okay, I'm also in my live account. I'm just straight with one micro, just a micro. It's very tight. It's very tight structure. Okay, just go down. Just go drop it. Just leave those levels for tomorrow, please. Just go down. It's such a good move during lunch to do that because now people are not even watching, and then it just, there we go. Come on, go down. So why did I enter here, right? It's pretty weird if you think there's equal highs and we're so close. But I'm so convinced that we're just going down because, come on, just drop. Just drop. Yes. You're done. That's what I want to see. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let's go down. Let's keep on going down. I think I'm just going to get out of my micro just to be sure. I'll leave it on my. I'm going to wait.
Order filled.
That was a nice, just little move down, but I'm still thinking we're done, to be honest. But I'll just keep it on my. Oh, we're below the 1202 actually. Yeah, we're done. Mm-mm. Okay, it's going to take out these equal lows and then we're going to go down. I think the daily range is sort of in. I'm just sort of like, there's equal, they're bugging me, but they also could leave them for Friday or for tomorrow. I'm sort of like, contemplating. I tried, um, either we just take a little bit of a wick here and then we go down, but I just don't think we really have a lot of range to go to the upside anymore. That's why I'm sort of like hunting a short. It's a little bit maybe too early to get in, but I just want to see if it does take these equal highs, if it just makes a nice wick. Or, they could also leave them for tomorrow, right? And then just go back into the range. So, yes, there we go. Oh, look at the 15, actually, so ugly, huh? Really ugly. Um, hunting a short, hunting a short. We're on the hunt for a short. You want to see a range being, made with a wick, right? Like a nice move to the upside, and then you have like a nice wick, not like turkey jerky and just barcoding. Oh, just gonna wait, 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 wait. Just see, now we're over this already. Are we gonna go to 2.5? That's a question. 24 or 50, is that the range? Are we gonna go to there? Are you gonna do that to, okay. So we might go to 24.50, 24.050. Okay, let's see. 24.50. And then we obviously want to know where we're going to reverse to. I would be really surprised if we don't really move to the downside. But on the other hand, if we look at the 4-hour candle, it's a pretty powerful one. And obviously that can go till 2 o'clock. We already took a 4-hour high, almost. So yes, let's see, at 24.045, and then we'll see what happens. 24.45. This should be the full range. If we have this wick to here, this is 24.6. Okay. Two, 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 two. This is also wait, wait, wait. These days have been pretty challenging in the AM session, but then in the afternoon it was pretty good. Um, yeah, let's see, what is ES doing? I want to see some SMT with ES, that would be awesome. Let's say ES takes out the high, and G does not. So that's it for tomorrow, right? We will leave some price action for tomorrow. Okay. ES didn't take out the high yet, and NQ also did not. It was the Thursday, 11 September, which high I'm looking at here. Oh, hold on. September, but it did take out Thursday. Oh, Thursday, 11 September. Yeah. Oh, we could have something. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. You see it? 12:28. Let me go to it. Yeah, see, I'm so short, guys. I'm getting in a short again, guys. I'm gonna keep on stabbing at it because I really think the high is in my stop loss. Mm. 12:21. I just wanted to leave it for tomorrow. So I'm sort of like, it's always very tricky to leave equal highs. But then again, it's just sort of like, we've already been in this, we're below this fair value gap. Yeah, I think I should enter my market account as well. It's just going to be a micro for now. So
Order filled.
just install. Just want to strike down and take everybody by surprise, right? There we go. Come on. Let's do it. Oh no. Again. You're going back up. Ugh, I hate you today, NQ. Let's go down. So lesson here is never just leave the NQ alone when there's equal highs. But then again, when are you going to take a trade, right? If it's going to leave these low, you don't want to miss the move and get in later. So then time comes into play. So what time is it now? 12:30. Okay. So it's going to make a move lower. We have gone down this, but obviously we have this as a level that's still important. We'll see. Let's see. If it will go down, it will take everybody by surprise, right? Because everybody's thinking, oh my god, we've got equal highs, it's going to go. Oh, come on, get a laxative or something and Q. Jeez. Do you have a breaker on there? No, we don't. Get yourself a laxative. Come on, just go down. Yes, we'll come back tomorrow. Just go down. Just creating liquidity over time. Not going anywhere. Okay, I got you. Okay. Okay. Mm-mm. You know where you want to go. Just taking your time. You're just taking your time. You're just taking a sweet old time. Wow, we've got crazy wind here. Ooh, I don't know how my house is gonna blow away. 12:33. Okay. Yeah. Uh, what is it? 12, 1, 2, okay. Oh, it's okay. Thank you. Good, good. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. I always thought that CPI was always nice to trade, but I must say, since the summer, it's sort of like very ugly. Okay, come on now, just go down, just go down. Just get yourself a nice juicy red candle to the downside. That's what I want to see. No retracing back. Just move. Yes. Just take everybody by surprise. We'll get back to you tomorrow. Come on. Come on. Okay. I can go back. Oh, come on. Now let's see. It has to do it now. What time is it? 12:35. 12:35. Okay. Come on. Just give it another push down. If you're gonna push up, I'm gonna go out and have to wait for you. Yes, that's what I want to see. Now, a little bit more. Yes, yes, yes. Keep going. Keep going. Just respect this one here. Just keep going. I'm just in my live account with one micro. Just gonna check something. Just go down and keep. Now the only thing that I don't have really clear, to be honest, is my TP. I know it's going down, but or I don't know for sure, but I sort of like have a bias. But I haven't really. Normally, I really um really need to. Don't want to go see because I'm just looking how it's going to react here. I just want to leave these equal highs for tomorrow. But then again, I could still, hover above this all 4 p.m. session and just still take. But let's see. I just something tells me it's going to disrespect this and go further down. So I'm still on my micro. We're on the way down. Just shoot. Okay, I need to figure out my TP. I know it's going to be a slow grind down, so I'm sort of like a little bit slow with my 234, 190, 290, 227. Now we have a rejection, a wick here that I'm wondering if it's going to reject from there and go back to the upside. But we don't even have a fair value gap on the 15. We only have this wick that could be used as a rejection block. So that's what I'm looking at right now. And if we do go further down, jeez, what a horrible wick fest. It's gonna be a wick. It's gonna be a wick. We have to choose a wick. Okay, so that was a good call that we are for short, I guess. I'm happy that I stuck by it. But then again, we have a first presented. Now the only question is, are we going to go all the way down, or is it just a small retracement because we do have first presented FUG just above us? Let's see. I might just nice. I'm happy with this trade. That's why I came on earlier. Okay, I'm getting out my micro because that was a good one.
Order filled.
And then reassess. I'm keeping my short open here. On the 15th, so this is a wick, right? Let me show you. There we go. So we're already going through it. So then I'm looking at this wick here. Yeah, it's actually interesting. It's going down further. I'm not gonna really enter. It's the price action. Even though I might be correct, I just don't like the price action. So I'm just gonna be very careful with my fund. I'm actually a little bit in the red on it, so I just want to be just making back some losses that I had this morning because I was too eager to get in. So it's just going to be micros now, but it's just 2 to 2 to 8. We're going down. You are going. You're so ready to.
Order filled.
You are so ready to go down. Of course you are. So see, I was right with this, that the range was in for today, I guess. No, come on, we should go further down. 1242. You wait for the next macro, you don't get in. Because now it's going to go back up into the foot. Let's see. Now, what can we expect for today, for the rest of the session, if we're going down, right? What can we expect? Now, you could go back up, take out the high, because they're equal. I want to see how it reacts here. I'm gonna go to a break-even trade so I don't lose any money. Just break even now. It's too early to trail it all the way because I'm a little bit afraid. Not afraid, but I just don't want to be waked out. Now, what do we have for liquidity? We have these equal lows here, and the only fair value gap that I do we have, oh, we do have some. So there's an order block. So we created another low, right? You see that? So I'm just trading my stop down. I entered here. I believe the high of the day is in, even though we have equal highs. I'm a little bit hesitant, so I brought my stop to break even because of equal, but I think they're going to leave it for tomorrow. So that's why I'm in this trade right now. It's also on my live account with 1 micro because I had too little losses today. So yeah, I'm just contemplating where to put my TP. We have a gap here and this liquidity, but these could also be a rejection. So I'm just keeping an eye on it. But I'm going to trail my stop down now because I don't want to be because right now I'm in. Hey, where's my stop? Here it is. Where are you? Okay, well, I just bring my T. I'll change my TP. Why are you not showing up? I need you to show. Okay, well, I brought it to break even, so it's behind here. Sometimes it does that, doesn't? Why can't you show yourself? Oh, here you go. Here we go. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna trail it. I have to be careful because we've got a fair value gap here, right? So I'm just gonna go a little bit here. Yeah, I just have to. Normally, I always know where my TP is, but I'm a little bit. I don't think it's gonna go up anytime soon, so I'm just sort of like I'm not in a rush, but I should know it. You cannot enter a trade without a proper TP. You naughty girl, naughty, naughty, naughty. Where are you going? Are you here? I think I should take it here just to be on the safe side. Yeah. 12:48. We're gonna get the next macro. So what if it spikes up to go back further down? I don't want to be. I don't want to be stopped out in profit yet. Let me just think. I think we're going to reject somewhere here in this wick here. So that means here 249. So I'm gonna put this up here. Oh, don't stop me out yet. I'm ready to be stopped out. Oh, yeah. Two. Now we've got the 10 o'clock here. Let me see. It's just a safe. I mean, if it's going down, I'm just playing it very safe. I'm just playing this as a rejection block here, and then it could reject and go back to the upside. It's fair value gap. We got liquidity here. I think it's using this as a. Okay. I'm going to leave it. And I'm going to throw my stop further down because if it then stops me out in profit, that's okay. That's okay. I'm thinking it's going to leave these equal highs for tomorrow. I think the it might just spike a little bit up, make one wick, but I wouldn't be surprised. It's just going to leave this for tomorrow. I think the daily range is in, but I could be wrong. That's why I got in this trade. I had a stop loss just above here. Um, I'm sort of like not really. I'm a little bit. My TP is not really clear to me. Normally, I know that pretty well, and before I enter, I'm like, huh. Are you going to go reject here, or are you going to go to the first percent fair value gap today? Are you going to, just go very slowly and use the whole PM session, slow grind down, and just, fool everybody? Because people are going to think that it's going to take this out, right? Because it's equal. I think it's going to fool a lot of people, or fooled a lot of people as well. That's why I got short. Yeah. And I'm just playing it safe. I'm just getting out there in this fair value gap, and then I just reassess and maybe re-enter another trade if possible. Let's see, because we've got 1251. I just want to spike down. Let's go to the level, and then I can show my stop with you. So I'm just want to make sure that I get my. Don't have a losing trade. Come on, take it, take it, take it, take it. Go, 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 go. Go, go, go. Hello. Hello, kitty, kitty. Yeah, there we go. Okay, safe, just a safe exit. I'm gonna reassess. I think no, I do think it's gonna go all the way here. To be honest, but we'll see. I just want to see how it reacts in this rejection block, or a potential rejection block, I should say. Just need to check something. Hold on, I'm going to be right back. Just 1 second. How's it going? Oh, shit. She was in that trade, I guess. It's going to be very slow, I guess. I'm back, guys. I'm back. I'm back, Just had to make sure that everything is okay around here. Oh, shit, I'm still in a trade here. Oh, that is...
Order filled.
Oops. Still in profit. That was on my live account. Apparently, I didn't close my trade properly, and uh, I gave some profit back, I guess. Uh, now, it's a little bit, summer starting here, so it's a little bit hot. Okay, let's see, are we done with the move? Let me see if I can understand how far the range will go today. I really think we're done for, I just don't see us go higher, but I'd be surprised here because of the equals, but we could leave it for tomorrow, right? Let's see. I'm just inclined, I just feel like I'm just going to go short today in the PM session. I'm not interested in longs at this moment for this session, unless we really blast through this level and we go to, but I would do that today, right? I mean, sort of like had a good run. Um, almost done. I think we have to leave something for tomorrow, I guess. Let's go to the 4 hour here. So we have a wick here, 2 wicks here. This is a 4 hour. We're almost done. We have 1 more hour to go in this 4 hour wick. Mm-mm. Hmm. What is this we're going to do? So at 1 o'clock there is a, looks like we filled the gap, yeah. I'm sort of contemplating if we, like in 1 hour, this 4 hour gap is going to be done. Then we have a little fair value gap here, right? Or are we going to take out the high? Let's wait. I'm very short biased for this session, to be honest. Yeah. So, hello, Alex. I haven't seen you before here, have I? There's like a lot of ranging. Yeah, I know it's a lot of ranging. I just think we're done for the day, for the daily range. That this is like the high for today. That is just going to range in this area and just go just a little bit lower, and then sort of like, I've been shorting it from here a couple of times already. Then I took it off because of the 15. Um, I was looking um, at this wick here, right, which could potentially be a rejection block, and then it could go back up. But look how it just seems so weak to me now. No, usually I'm working, so change the schedule, so checking out streamers. Yeah, I'm new. I started a few weeks ago. Just starting slowly, working on technicals and stuff like that. So I'm new, so I'm happy that I'm popping up in people's feed. I haven't told a lot of my trading buddies. I just sort of like, you know what, I'm just gonna wait until I pop up in their feed, let the algo do his job. So I'm just, getting to see meet new people and enjoying the chat and just enjoying going on stream, I guess. I really like it because it helps me as well. I do more analysis and I just like to connect to other people, other traders. So yeah. So what do you do? A change of schedule. Are you US based or elsewhere? It's good if I hear that people are that I'm popping up in their feed. That means that the algo is pushing me out a bit more. Because when you just start, obviously you don't have much subscribers. It's sort of like I think it goes really slow, and then it has to find the audience for you before it really. So I'm happy that if I see new people, I know it's putting me out there a little bit. I am US based, okay. So I'm in South Africa, so I trade London as well. Um, yeah, we're in the US. I go to Houston a lot because I've got family there. I'm a heavy equipment mechanic. Ah, interesting. Always work for you guys, right? Yeah, there is I was like there is a guy on he has a YouTube channel. He's called Matt Morse. Do you know him? So I was like, oh, Morse. Uh, he has like a news channel. I like him. He does well. I think he does a good job. Do you know him? I'm still new to trading, learning a lot, but trying to weed out the salesman. Nice, my buddies from stuff. Yeah, I'm not a salesperson, as you can see. I'm really. That's why I like it to that it stays small, and I'm not into. Obviously, I want to grow as a channel, but I don't want it to become like with 100K subscribers, and you got all these simps in the chat. I'm really focused on content. I really want to share my journey and um, yeah, be focused on content related. Obviously, have fun as well. Otherwise, it's just boring. But are you ICT? Have you studied ICT? No, there's no selling here. just sharing knowledge and building a community, bridging a few communities if possible, and just you know have nice trading sessions. And if there's no good trading session, also a little bit psychology, I guess, because that's so important as well. Just when not to trade, um, things like that. So yeah, and everybody's about this. What I see now, I look around and all these a lot of these YouTubers, they have so many affiliate links, and it's all about prop firms. And I see most questions are about the prop firms. I'm like, I don't want that to be on my channel too much. I will if I have. I work with a few. I trade with a couple, so I would recommend them if at some point. But I would not. I don't want to. Have that as a focus. I do practice ICT, seems to work for me best. I like to chart analysis. Yeah, okay. Yeah, give me feedback because I had a lot of things on my charts, and there was a person that got into my that was in the beginning, it was in the first. He says, "Listen, you'll do fine, but you really need to clean up your charts." So I got a lot of things off my charts, and I only have this chart. But I'm very time based. I use time a lot. I've got time based models that I use. So you'll hear me a lot talk about the 10 o'clock, the 4 o'clock. I have other time-based models I use, but I don't talk too much about it because I don't want to confuse people. But yeah, I love ICT because for me, they're building blocks, and I just added the time element a little bit more. So it's still ICT, but yeah, a little bit more time. Things that I combine, and I try to trade as mechanically possible. And for example, I do a lot of calculations, fit things, and that's why I was sort of like, according to some specific calculations I did, I was like, okay, the daily range is really in. I think if I could be wrong, obviously. So that's why I started to go short here already with my stop here, and then I got out here in this rejection block, just a safe trade. You trade gold as well? I don't trade gold yet. I want to trade gold. I'm going to work on it. But for me, NQ works. I know NQ really, really well. I've been trading it now for 3 years, and I just feel very comfortable with it, to be honest. So what I have here on my charts, what I use a lot as well, are the first presented fair value gaps. Not only the AM session, because ICT taught us the one that we have in the 930 range, right? But I also use the London range, the midnight range, the daily open, so when the charts open, and the London range, obviously. So and the 130 and the PM. So as you can see here, let me get rid of that. This morning. So this is the one of yesterday's 130, so I extend them. The gray one is midnight, and this one is this morning. Yes. Gold's really nice when NQ hurts me. I scoop gold. Okay, good. Well, then you're not that new. I think because gold and NQ are the most difficult instruments to trade. Um, Trading as a competition. I do practice every single work with me. I like features amazing. I took a 10-30 short on gold. Okay. Gold's really nice on NQ. Because when I work days, it's hard to catch anything on AM session. Hey, listen, join me on my PM sessions because PM session, people really don't sleep on it. I have the best trades in PM session, lunch and PM session. I love it. Also very time based. So, are you always available at this time, lunch PM session, or is it your schedule? Depends on the schedule. Do you have night shifts as well? Hey, don't worry. If you can't trade AM session, there is enough possibility in lunch and PM. That's why I stream lunch and PM, because I think that a lot of people only think, oh, AM session, that's the best. So people think, oh, lunch, it sleeps. No, it does not, because you can still get a good trade. Anyway, so if you don't have time and answer, don't worry about it. Just come. I'll keep on going. There are other streamers as well, a PM session and lunch, I think. But I'll be here. I'm not going anywhere. I think my battle has been jumping into too many trades now, and I try and target 4-hour FGG with breakers. Yeah, I love breakers. I haven't seen a good breaker trade for also yesterday, not, and today also no breaker. So when I see one, I love it. Yeah, I ran a same holding top of piece of this. Yeah, you'll see me. I always have most of the times. I also have the 4-hour here because I love watching the 4-hour. It gives me so much information, especially now, right? So it's one. We have one more hour to go for this 4-hour candle, and it gives um, like if I'm looking at this, like okay, are we going to take out the all-time high, or are we just going to consolidate now because we're in this 4-hour last candle, right? Is it going to really look? If you look here, it already swept this high with one tick, I think. Let me just double check. The high is 24.46 and this high is 24.44. Okay, so here you already see the 4-hour took out this high already, right? So it's not gonna, I don't think this 4-hour candle, so within an hour, we're not gonna go over this candle anymore because we already did it. Just only 2 points, but it's enough, right? So I don't think there's no logic in it that it will go back up again in this 4-hour candle. So I expect, right, that we're just going to have this hour. Um, we might get some consolidation, and then we have the 130 move. But I don't think it's going to go up again. You take out more. But we can always be wrong, right? Oh, I use 1 hour, 4-hour, 15 minute, 19 minutes. But for the stream, I switch between. I've got many tabs open. You can't see that if I go into them. But like for example, if we are at the end of the week, we're on Thursday now. I also do check the weekly, the monthly, daily to see where we are. But for me, if we look at the chart now, it's pretty clear for me now that okay, I don't really need to look at a lot of other things except the weekly. I already look at the TGIF data, for example, because if we get a clean TGIF, that means we're going to go into the weekly range, 20, 30, 40%. And sometimes I can already do it on Thursday. But obviously we're still, you can see we're not done yet, right? We are still sort of like futzing around in this area. Um, we're not, even though I'm bearish for this session. So I was looking at the weekly profiles already. I do that on, let's see. Um, we had a Wednesday high, right? Let me just go. We didn't have or did we have a Tuesday low? Did we? Oh, we did have a Tuesday low. Am I confused again? Hold on. No, Wednesday low. Here we go. We go to Wednesday high. We go to the daily quickly. Let me just go to the daily because I really want to figure. I just want to see. Okay, today is Thursday, Wednesday. Yeah, we have a Wednesday high. Yeah, no, we don't have a Thursday low, Tuesday low. Okay, so one, two, three. Yeah. So this one can go out of the window as well because we didn't really go down, right? So you can go buy. You're not working either. So I was thinking when we started when we were in London. Yeah, I'm a big nerd. I mean, I'll go very deep, and this one I always tell if people are here, if I say something and you want to know more, just let me know. Like, oh, I have no idea what you're talking about. So I always go over the weekly profiles on Tuesday, on Wednesday. I already look at them, and because we had a Wednesday high, I was looking, okay, what can happen today that we could go down, right? But this is obviously didn't happen as well. But I thought, oh, maybe if we have the news, you might go too high and then we, might reject, but we're not doing that. So this can go out of the window as well. So these are gone. So yeah, I'm very detailed. I'll talk a lot, and sometimes I get tired of my own voice, I guess. So that's why I'm trying to get people on and by voice so they can share their analysis. But no, I love to share my knowledge and go over my charts, what I'm looking at. It helps me as well be more specific. So um, for me, very important. What we see here are the N walks and the event horizon. Those are magnets. The moment it goes down, use them. And especially on Monday and Tuesday, when we have ranging days, they ping pong between the N walks. So I always use that for my strategy on those 2 days. Today is Thursday, so I haven't looked at the TGIF data because obviously we are. Well, if we do go down, I am going to look at it, but I think if we're not going to take these out, right, these equal highs, these are juicy for tomorrow. Then we might get a really, really nice TGIF because you want a high to be taken out again, and maybe it goes back in the range, take another high out, and then makes it. The last move, the candle goes then, back into the range. So I would love these not to be taken out today. So I'm really vouching for that. And I actually think they're not going to do it. So I'm hoping, and it's sort of my bias. So I'll hate it if I'm wrong, because that takes away the probability for tomorrow, right? So should be if you want to make money and you have to treat it like career. Yes, yeah, no, it's you have to take it very seriously. I have studied like core content twice. Everything that ICT came out with, I studied. I reverse engineered. I journal a lot, and I put a lot of time every day in journaling. So you get more confident in trades. Like for example, now I'm like, okay, um, you know, if you start recognizing daily ranges when the high lows are in retracements, specific fib calculations that you can do, and once you start seeing things, you just recognize more and more. You get more confident, and but it takes time. Right? It's like if you become a doctor, you cannot just be a brain surgeon after a few weeks. It takes time. Yeah. So I use a lot of things, but for the stream, so that's why I would love to have feedback. If you have, oh, you know what, I would love to see more time-based things because I can pop up charts with a lot of information. And but for the stream, and I think that was good advice. The guy said, I love it what you're doing, but your charts are too full. Okay, so that's why I've just limited to this. But now we've got 45 minutes, and this candle now, the 4-hour candle is getting very, very close, right, to this top here. So the question is, I don't want it to happen, but in 45 minutes, are we going to take out this high, or are we just going to go back? Now, you can say like we have a breaker here on the 1 minute. So what I always do when I see a breaker on the 1 minute, I go to the 3 minute. This is not there. Hold on, I'm sorry. So, for example, we see a breaker here, right? These three green candles, but it's in the 1 minute, and then I go to the three. I'm doing it again. Hold on. forget about it. Then I look on the 3 minute. Do I have a break on the 3 minute? Because if I don't have a break on the 3 minute, I know it's a very weak breaker. I should not take it too serious for a long move up. But we see we still have a good, this is a valid breaker, and there's a fair value gap here as well. So, yes. So I will mark this now, and then I go to the 5 minute. I didn't see a fair value gap on the 1 minute, so I go back. I also trade the 15 second and 30 seconds sometimes. Oh, we do have a fair value gap here. Okay. So I'm gonna leave it on the 3 minute breaker because the midpoint is here, and then I'm gonna check the 5 minute as well. And now this becomes a little bit. Now I'm looking at, okay, look at this breaker here, right? Do you consider that a proper breaker now? Not really, right? So that makes me a little bit wary about this setup. Like, is it really a valid setup to we get it? I'm just hoping that it just goes through it because then it's clear. But if it's going to reject here or just going to putz around here, I'm like, okay, but I'm going to be vigilant because I don't like the 5 minute breaker, and I prefer to have a proper 5 minute breaker. But there is a good 3 minute one, so I would still trade it. For example, if I would frame a trade to the long side, but I'm not going to go long because I'm short biased. I'm not going to, even though we have a fair value gap here, I think it's going to make a move up. But so you see the difference between the 3 and the 5 minute, that there's no 5 minute breaker, but there is a 3 minute and a 1 minute one, right? And yes, we have a fair value gap. So yeah, so for example, if you see specific on especially on 4 hour candles, you see okay, I mentioned this one during London. This flat, you see I told the people in London, listen, mark this flat bottom candle because it's a magnet. That means a lack of manipulation. If there's going to be a manipulation move, most likely during the news, it will go through this wick. And see what happened this morning. This 4 hour, we have this large wick. So it's things like that you always have to look for, right? It's like these little things, gaps, flat candles, because those are magnets too. It's lack of manipulation, and it's just as important as manipulation. So what you want to see is that there has to be a wick, and it could be a few candles later, but you see, boom. So for me, I was already expecting that the manipulation move. I mean, it's all on stream. I'm not lying. I said it. I cannot lie anymore now because of the strings. But I did mention it, and I said, listen. And also, Asia lows was not taken during London. I said there's going to be a large wick. It will go through Asia low. It will go through, and it most likely will also hit this 4 hour fair value gap. Yeah. So you see it happened right over here into this rejection block. So these are important things always to, yeah, exactly. So it prepares you, when you're in London and you go over those things, and when you see, oh, Asia low is not taken. We have a 4 hour wick, which with no, so then you already know when there's news coming, if we have a manipulation to the downside, what can it do? I can show you some really interesting things, and it's so interesting that it's so algorithmic. Like for example, if you have an old, let me see, I want to go to that wick. Is that this wick? Yes, this is the wick. Hold on. I want to check something. Let me check something. Mm-mm-mm. Let's get rid of you. I want to check. Yeah. You see this here? Is it exact or is it not? So, oops, get rid of you. This is a 10 o'clock line. I think I hit it exactly. But sometimes what you can see as well, oh no, this is the manipulation. I'm sorry. This is the manipulation. But it went straight into midnight. This is dashed is midnight. And yesterday's 1:30. I'm missing a few lines on my chart, so I'm going to, I'm missing a few things on my charts. No, no, no. Okay, so we're respecting the breaker, right? You can see that. I'm still not convinced that we're going to take out these highs. So I need to check something. Here, session 13. Here we go. Okay. Okay. And also, it's going to be interesting because we're not going to have much data above us. It's funny how people kind of argue there's no algo, but the whole system is designed around computer code to grab orders. We will see. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's amazing because everything is calculatable, and I've got one model. I'm sharing that here. That's my 10-4 model. That's basically I live of it. But then you have to be here in the AM session, and it's 3 days per week. I have my 10-4 model working out. So that means that for the 10-hour candle needs to print, and then it goes to a 4-hour. So yeah, that's why I extend them because they work in conjunction. And if you think about it, how can you script an algo? You cannot script it against price, right? Because price is manipulated, can be manipulated. So the algo is scripted about against time because time cannot be manipulated. There's so many minutes in an hour, there's so many seconds in a minute, right? And it's always the same. And that's why I use time a lot. It's not that the 4-hour is special, but the algo does something at the 4 o'clock. Either it creates a fair value gap, either it creates liquidity, because that's what the algo does, right? It grabs liquidity, and all these points are created by high frequency algorithm. Why do you think there's always 8:30 news? Why is it always at 8:30? Yeah, I can, I'm a little bit careful here, but you can literally calculate the ranges. You can, and it's crazy, but they create these wicks through high frequency algorithms, and then the order flow follows of people on fear and greed. It's all created, it's all psychological. And yeah, I mean, I just laugh. I'm like, okay, well, if they don't believe it, it's just, if it's order flow, sure, then how can I be so exact with some of my entries and my exits, right? And I'm just like, okay, if you don't believe it, it's fine. I don't even, then just whips up. Yeah, exactly. And it's like, um, let me show. Just thinking of how I can show without confusing. Um, so this red dotted line is the um, settlement price. And how is it possible that price always goes to, specific reference point? why does it always reject at a breaker, right? And yeah, support and resistance. But if there's more selling pressure, why would it always, reject at a breaker? Why does it always have the same structure? It's always this boom, boom. You have a little retracement, then you have second stage of distribution. It's always the same. Why do you have a wick like this going in here? It's just here we go into midnight again. It's just crazy. Yeah. I think it's when everything is 1 second it does not work. They think it doesn't work anymore, but it takes time to think this can further in your thought process. Yeah, I agree. I guess that's how the world operates now, right? With instant gratification, they don't want to put the work in, and but it's so for me, everything starts clicking when I thought ICT. We had it volume profile and TPO before, and I liked that as well. But then there was always something missing. I was like, okay, it makes sense because TPO is also time related, right? You see how it's not going, it's sort of like stalling here. I really think it's not going to go up, but um, this is really fooling a lot of people, this area, and everybody thinks it's going to take out this high. I just think it's not going to do it today. But then again, I could be wrong. It just could spike up. Okay, half an hour to go for this 4 hour. Let's see what it's going to do. I just want to see it actually just go flush through, and then but I can talk about the charts for hours. I love just doing that and go over it, and also not trade, and then just do analysis and things like that, and just see things, trying to see new things and improve. So, for example, what I do during London, I notice there's always a 2 a.m. move. So I want to try to get on instead of 2 a.m. Eastern at 1:45 because there is uh, this move always at 2 a.m. It's not like a low resistance move, it's always sort of high resistance, but it's a move and it's quite, it's significant. So if you're able to get that move already, and you can calculate it. I go very deep to find the logic behind certain things and yeah, certain like action. I'm 36 or younger, but I know this is anything I can predict the market better. Hey, listen, you can get very successful in trading. You just have to put in the time. And if you have you heard from of Susi? He was 18 when he figured things out, and also he went into very time based. I'm much older than you are, so yeah, I think ICT, and then you build your own thing around it, because I think that's the purpose what ICT wants. It's a building blocks, right? So I added more time based elements to it. Um, so but yeah, stick to it. Just stick to it, and if you put the time in, you'll be successful. I don't, I think it's not that hard, but it just takes time, and you just have to study a little bit harder than the average person. That's it, because people are lazy. It's really, if you look at ICT's videos, right? When he posted that, or you see that every thing that he posts, it gets less people watch them. So people just don't want to put in the time, and that's why he always like shares the gems hidden in between or at the end somewhere and things like that. So that's how I started figuring out about all the different first presented fair value gaps, because you sort of like, also for example, TGIF. Thank God it's Friday. But think about it. If you have OHLC, right? Open, high, low, close. Every candle has the 20%, 30, 40% retracement. Or you have a flat bottom and then it will come at a later time. So if you think about that. So I use the TGIF also on the monthly candle. So when we have the end of month, think about that. Right? It's the same logic. And he doesn't say it, but if you really think about things, he sort of leaves things out and you have to figure it out on your own. And if you have like month end and Friday at the same day, That's pretty awesome, because then if you put TGIF on the monthly candle and on the weekly, and then you have an overlap, and then you already know. It doesn't happen a lot of the times that you have Friday and then it's the last day of the month, blah, 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 right? So, and then you have this overlap of this 20-30%, and you just know where it's going at the end of the day, because if you have a TGIF, and I entered and it just went 100 points straight to that area, and I just got out at the beginning of the 20%. I didn't even, it went a little bit lower, but I just basically, I was like, so because of that overlap, I had so much confidence in that trade. I remember that. And I'm like, okay, it's also on the monthly, but you can do it on the 4 hour as well, right? So that's why I was looking as well here. So here we have 1433. What are we going to do? Are we going to spike up, or are we already going back into the range, right? It's the same thing. It's just the same logic. So let's see. Let's have a go. Hold on. Just disregard that. I have a lot of things in my templates, as you can see. This is what a nerd. When you're a nerd, you have these kind of stuff, I guess. Okay, so let's have a look right at the 4 hour, just to, it's not just TGIF. It's just. I had to switch down to micros, working, taking profit yeah, when in the trade. Yeah, no, it's very good to trade micros. There's nothing wrong with micros. You can be highly profitable with micros. Especially on expansion days, when you have one or two micros, you can easily make a few $100 a day. So, yeah, risk management is the hardest thing, to be honest. You have to be very strict. Do you do evals, or do you trade your own capital? So I'm just putting up the TGIF levels on this 4 hour, just to see, right, if what's happening. Like, we have 25 minutes to go in this hour, and so that's why I said I think we're just going to range here. We're not going to take it out. Look where price is on the 4 hour. 200 risk-free trade stops today. Oh, okay. Now that's not a lot of trade. That's good. Oh, yeah, the candle's a little bit higher. 200 risk-free trade. But how is that 200? How do you calculate? How does it? Is it, what kind of account is it? Is it a 50K, 100K account? Is it per trade? Yeah, I love micros. You see what I mean? Now you look at this candle, what the 4 hour is doing, right? You see that it's sort of like hovering around this 20%. Now, obviously it can spike, but because it's so exact at this 20% already, 50K, okay, per trade. So stop loss. That's a lot, actually, because if you have a 50K account, your drawdown is, no, it's not a lot. Your drawdown is 2,500, right? If it's micros, I would try a little bit less. If you play micros, I would have a little bit less stop loss. then 200. I think for micro, it's actually a little bit, it's quite, it's 2K drawdown. So you're actually risking 10%. That's actually too much per trade. Yeah, but it's per trade, right? It should be your daily loss, actually. Try to per trade. I think 200K is a little bit too much for on a 50K account per trade, because if you have 3 losing trades already, your account is already down 30%. 10% is really too, yeah, I just think it's too much, to be honest, for per trade. Yeah, daily loss is 2K, but that's your drawdown. That's your total drawdown. Just try to bring it down to, I mean, 5% is still a lot, but just bring it down to 100 per day. Because if you do micros, you need a lot of losing trades to get to 100. Yeah, I would do a little bit less if you only been doing 2 trades. Okay, so now why I wouldn't enter, because of this 4-hour candle. Yes, it could spike above because we still have 20 minutes to go now. But you see what's happening now? It's going into this range again. I'm using the TGIF data on, as you haven't made payout yet, so I try to, yeah, because risk management is, you're just over levering. In all honesty, you're over leveraged a little bit with 200K per trade on a 50K account. So it's difficult. Hey, listen, it's the hardest thing, getting to a payout. But just try, yeah, it is risk. It's definitely risk management. That's with all of us. I mean, we all have the technicals. I don't think it's technicals, because we all understand at some point, what we're looking for. It's just the market is designed for us to overtrade and to over leverage and to want to get that fast. And you've been there as well, like I have. Like, you're almost there, or you want to pass an eval, you just have $50 to go, right? And it's actually very bad. And you try and before you know it, you lost your evaluation, or that you have like, oh my god, I'm so close to a payout, I just need $80. But instead of waiting for the next day, and you can do it easily. You get in, then you have one losing trade. Oh my god, I need to make that losing trade back, and then you go until, hey, I lost my funded yesterday, but I got a new one, and I already made, I just, it was so stupid. And so I was really annoyed with myself, because I knew exactly where it was going. I was just too early. And then I bought a new one, and I passed that one with one trade. So I've got a new one now. But I just, it happens to me as well. Then I just tilt. And then I just, oh, you know what? I'm sure I can make it back. And then I don't, and then something in your brain goes berserk sometimes. But then again, okay, I just, got a new one in one day with one trade. But then if I wouldn't have lost that funded account, and I would have, played that trade, which got me a new one, I would have made a payout yesterday, which is sort of sucks, because I lost one payout because of that behavior. So, but I don't get too upset about it anymore, because sometimes it happens, even if you're consistently profitable. Just, it was, I'm unfunded next now, because you know why? I love the rapid challenge. So because you can pass it in one day. So that's what I did yesterday after I lost that account. And okay, well, you know what? My trade is coming now. I saw, I knew exactly what was going to happen, and I went in and I had it, and then I already passed it. So I was okay. So I'm now on my new funded account. So, but I shouldn't have lost that one yesterday. That was just ridiculous. Yeah. yeah, you really have to think like, oh my God, I really don't have money to buy a new one. Just pretend like it's really something that you know. So you see how it's keeping, it's not just going into that, it's just keeping here. And you always like to look at these little things. Because it's exactly at this 20% range already, I think, it's going, as you can see, it's already going deeper into the range now again. I don't think it's going to take out that level. I would be really surprised if it does. Now, I know most people will think, yeah, you're crazy because it's equal, it's equal. Yeah, I know equal highs are magnets, but, you know, well, take profit. I mean, the rules are the same, right? It's you're over leveraged. You shouldn't risk 200k, 200 per trade. So just go to five. I mean, five. You actually should risk 1%, and you should use the drawdown. And actually, that is your money, not the 50k. So actually, there are people that only trade 1% on a trade, but I don't think you can. I mean, for me, that doesn't work. Right? There's $20 per trade. But if you do a micro, how many micros do you use per trade? Listen, I'll take you on a challenge because I'm in a funded now as well. Um, let's see. Um, yeah, just try. Just go. Just half it. Just make because if you have even if you trade 3 micros, right, and if you go for 2 hour trade, a 5. Okay, bring it down to 3. Okay, listen, we're gonna make you pay. We're gonna get you to a payout. But I have passed. I've got payouts on 1 or 2 micros. I have past evaluations on a couple of micros. Um, on 2, maybe 3. Yeah, okay, bring it down to 3, and just have because I think with 3, 100 loss is still a lot because that means you're not putting your stop good enough. Um, your stop is too wide, and then your losses are unnecessarily too big. Because if you have a 200 on 5, how many points is that? It's too big. I think it's really too big. It's not. I think it's unnecessary. I really think. Um, yeah. So I think there is the issue. Maybe your stop loss, your model is not solid enough for you to enter. Um, so your stop is too far, and you should know sooner that you are not in the right trade. So then your stop would never go to 200. So, sure, you know what? I would love to see your trades if you wouldn't mind. Maybe I can help you with your stop loss, or maybe I can give you some insights on where I would maybe put it or how I would trade it. I'm just thinking because I'm just thinking it's just really, it's just too much on micros, to be honest. So, yeah, if you want to share, you feel free to, if you want to share your trades, sometimes I have hard. Yeah, you work, you're distracted. I get it. But are you off? Do you have time? So when you get off, are you off around this time for the PM session? I have a morning trade Discord. I'm in and out. If you have more time in the PM session, just forget about, trading at work. You just look. You don't trade. You just look at the market. So you get like, you see what's going on, and then you save your ammo for the PM session. Or you wake up really early and you trade London. That's an option too. I can imagine it's really hard when you're working and you just you want to be, you have want to winning trade and you're very hasty and stuff like that. Yeah. I'm off right now. Yeah, okay. Thank you for joining. Oh, you're off right now. You mean for oh, you have holiday? I'm sorry. I thought you meant you were going away. I'm off right now. Yeah, they just fit my schedule this morning. Okay, gotcha. Well, try to find a time that you don't work and that you can sit, join the stream and trade a little bit more. Yeah, it's hard if you trade like you said on the. You see that's not going. You see what's happening. Let's see, because now you see now it's going into the range. Now I could still flip to the upside, but you're looking at the. I might enter a short again. Like I said, I'm not. I don't think it's going to go take that high, but might work out if I keep schedule on nights now. The morning sessions might work out if I keep my schedule on nights now. Okay. Okay. But just try to bring your risk. I would really bring instead of 5, go to 3 and bring your risk per trade down. It's still a lot if you go to 100 per trade because it's still 5%, right, of your drawdown. But at least that doubles your possibilities. And just wait for your A plus setup. I'll share my 10-4. If you trade the AM sessions, you need to know my 10-4 model because that's so mechanical. And once you know that, um, you're just going to trade that model, and then and you don't trade before 10 o'clock. You just wait. You wait until 10 o'clock. So I think I'm going to do a video on my 10-4 model because I share it here openly because I want people to. Yeah, just do it to my email. Hold on. Um, where is it? I'll have a look at them. Um, um, yeah, this should be it. I'll have a look at it and I'll give you some feedback. Maybe it helps. Am I spelling it correctly? You see, it's going into it's disrespecting the breaker, right? You see that? Let's see. Yeah, we're going down. Beautiful. No, it's not going. I'm quite confident now that we're really not going up anymore. At least not on this candle. Let me. 51. Now, where would we enter, right, for this trade? I mean, we've been talking a lot and haven't been really. Mm, I would like to see a retest of the breaker, the bearish breaker. So go to the 1 minute. Now it's a little bit tricky because we have This is not a breaker on the 1 minute. On the 3 minute you are, but on the 1 minute you're not a breaker. You are a little breaker. But we went below. Did we go below it? Yeah, we did. Or not. Yes, we technically went below it. You see this on the 1 minute. This is not a breaker because there's no low between. There's no lower low here. This could be a potential breaker, but we've got the bodies went below it already, so this is not a valid. We don't have a breaker on the 1 minute. We only have one on the 3 minute. So this is invalidated already. Here we go. So now we've actually, this is a breaker. We don't want to see go over the midpoint, right? I'm going to take a paper trade. I could be wrong. It's a paper trade. I wanted to reject down. You need to go down, not up. Mm, come on. Okay, you see how the 4 hour now is going into this range, right? Okay, I'll check. See, because this 4 hour is already in between the 20 and 30% range, I wonder if it's going to do anything than just use this time, and then we most likely when we're going to get a new 4 hour candle at 2, so there might be a little bit of a I should actually not be in because we might get a little manipulation wick, right, either to the upside or to the downside. Anyway, we could go to all-time highs, but I'm just bearish for this session. a fair value gap, that's okay. It's a paper trade. That's going to stop me out, most likely. It most likely, it probably will stop me out. If it doesn't stop me out in this candle, it might stop me out in the manipulation wick of the 4 hour. Yeah, I use a lot of fibs. TGI, well, you've seen mine here. I've got loads of them. Um, yeah, it's gonna manipulate it. So, 1 minute to go. Let's see what this 4 hour is going to do. I think I need to do my TP just a little bit high. Oh, I want it above this wick here. I'm sorry. I just wanted to create an equal high. So we have okay, actually my trade is invalidated. This is already a wrong trade because I need to be stopped out. Yeah. Why? Because my breaker is here. So my stop should have been here, right? So that was, I shouldn't have been higher than my breaker. So that was here. So I moved it. So that invalidates. Let's, okay, a few more seconds. Let's see what the 4 hour does. 20 seconds, 15 seconds. 5 seconds to go. Yeah, what I like about, at 2 o'clock. Okay. Okay, beautiful. You see, so we sort of like ended up almost in this 20% range. Here. Okay, there you go. Did you send it already? Can I check? Let me check. Let me check. Mm. Yeah, what I love about micros is that you can take partials and you can scale in and out with micros more than you can do with uh, minis, obviously, unless you have enough, you know. With minis, I just have one mini. I just, uh, why am I not seeing? Oh, here we go. I've got it in my trade. Oh, that's good what you're doing. You are jotting down the highs and the lows. I like that because that means you're really looking into that. It's very important. When you start really looking into that, you can also you'll see a lot of logic, especially when it comes to ranges. Um, I'm just trying to find your trade. Where did you get in? No, you're not in spam. I've got your email. I'm just trying to figure out where you. How did this? So I did a 10:30 a.m. trade. Now where's the time? 10:30. Are you on London? Or are you on New York time, I mean, when you say 10:30? I don't see your entry. Or am I not looking correctly? Short. Oh, hold on. Oh, I see. No, I'm sorry. I'm looking all the way at the right. No, I'm seeing. I'm sorry. It's me. I was looking all the way at the end of but it's in the middle. I see. I see. I see. Oh, oh, well, that's a bloody good entry. I mean, I'm sorry, but you short at the top, and that's a bloody good entry. 5. You were all the way down. You were all the way down. How is that not a good entry and not a good trade? So, with this trade, what you did, if you put your stop right above the highest wick, right? That's a pretty, that's a pretty good, I mean, that's a very low risk, right? I don't know if you added, oh, you got in with 5 here, and then you just skilled them out. That's a, that's a bloody good trade. I mean, that is a really, I mean, I'm sorry, but it's a really good trade. I have nothing, I mean, I thought, oh, your risk, I mean, if you put your risk right above that, above I might have put no, because it's already going down, right? You're already entering, it goes down in the second candle, and you're already good, and then you set it through. 3, 1, it's a damn good trade. 10, it's a pretty good trade. It's really good. I'm jealous of that trade, to be honest. So you took it in the first fair value gap, so that's good because it could reject there, right? And then you have 2 runners, and then you took it down to that inversion. Yeah, that's a really good trade. No, it's really, I mean, it's awesome. I mean, I don't know where you put your stop, but if your risk reward was damn low. You had a very high risk reward because your stop. The only thing that I'm thinking of, like, how did you know it was going down? Because of that fair value gap, or that I don't know what you marked there. Is it a different time? Move stop up, and yeah, and you could trail your stop all the way down. It's a pretty good trade. And actually, if you look at this trade, right, you can see the bearish breaker. So even though, like, say, you would enter with 3, because actually I don't know exactly where you entered in that candle, but maybe you entered in the breaker, right? Did you enter when the candle went down? Because that's the only thing, you cannot really see that on 36739. Oh, did you enter in that wick? On the wick, the retest of the breaker? Because that is what I would do. Um, no, that's not. You entered in the candle that went down. Well, anyway, it's a bloody good trade. But the only thing that I'm looking at, if you enter in that displacement, you don't have a confirmation yet of. Well, actually, you do, because if it goes below that other green candle, you have a change in the state of delivery, right? But I would have waited for the candle next to it, and then that candle that wicks up into it, that is the retest of the breaker, and then I would write it down. But it's a hell of a good trade, man. I mean,
it's a pretty good trade. It's a turtle soup. It's a turtle soup basically. You just took you had a you took the range. You just yeah. It's a really good trade. Yeah, and you hardly risk anything on this one, right? I mean, you had a good there was no drawdown at all. I think so. Nice trade. No, nothing to and also like how you took your partials. I mean, you took the biggest part off in the fair value gap, which is a very solid risk management. This was hardly any risk. You had no risk. You had zero drawdown. You took your partials in a fair value gap. And then you had two runners, the other one you took in another fair value gap, and the other one literally at the bottom. It was the wick. Um, Maybe, yeah, that one could have been sooner, maybe a little bit, but no, I mean, 3667. Okay. Oh, you took, okay. I see what you gave a little bit back on the last one, right? Yeah. It went up into the wick. Yeah. No, it's a very good trade, really. I think it's an awesome trade. Um, and I think because you are writing down those lows and those highs that make you be able to understand what happens and that you recognize those intermediate term highs and lows, right? I think that's what you've been studying. It's really awesome. And it's a really good trade. I salute you. I'm jealous. Now I didn't have that such a good trade today. So hey, but you see what's happening? It's not taking out that level, right? So far I'm just looking at so I think a lot of people are waiting for that high to be taken and are actually going long, 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 and are being um, chopped up. So yeah, I use market. That's very funny because I thought that I was not doing something, but I market order all the time basically because I have fast analysis and I go in and out. And but apparently, so when I worked for a prop firm just a few months back, and so we were talking. I said, yeah, lately I'm just market ordering, and then there was the guy. He trades 20 years, and he's really good. And he says, oh, I do that all the time. Why? I mean, I don't have time to put limit orders in. I just look at it and I see an opportunity, and I market ordering. And so the other coaches as well, they said, no, I'm market ordering as well, and they were all very good traders. So I was like, oh my god, are you serious? Because I thought like I started doing that lately and I thought, but actually that's improvement apparently because they were all doing it, and except the crypto guys, because but the risk is much higher because they stay in trade longer. They have a limit order. But if you day trade on the NQ and I guess gold as well, um, it's pretty normal to market order in and out. So I'm not really. I was really like, oh my god! And lately I'm just always market ordering and. I'm just getting lazy to put limit orders in, but it's much better because you just, sometimes you just get in and then you see like a wick. And for example, I see change in state of delivery and I see a wick going into it. I don't have time to set a limit. I just market order in. And obviously your TP will be a limit order, right? Your TP and your stop loss are limit orders. So I guess that's how I'm doing it. But hey, it's a very good, I mean, listen, um, if you trade like that, I'm really curious why you don't get not to a pair because it's very solid trading. Your entry is effing, you cannot, it's a prototype soup. You hardly have any drawdown because your stop is just above that wick, right? And then you take your profits and then you write it down and then, yeah, I mean, if you trade like that all the time, it's pretty good. It's really good.
But yeah, but I think what you said, if you trade at work, it's busy. You're not, you can't, you don't want to be called by the boss or other people. So you're sort of like, not it just. Did you take that one at work, by the way? Was that a work trade? Hey, imagine how you're going to do when you are having the time to trade. Um, yeah. But if you don't get the AM sessions, will you be able to trade PM sessions, or are those also off the table then? Because if you don't get if you work AM sessions, will you be able to trade US lunch and PM sessions, or are they both of them are not possible? Because if you start realizing that there is a lot of opportunity in PM sessions as well, um, you won't be too worried about, missing the AM sessions. And actually, sometimes it's even better not to trade AM session because you get a lot of intel. And then you have very good trades in the PM session. I was trading Asian session. Yeah, I mean, there's opportunity in every session. But if you work a lot, now I should be able to get these AM sessions. Okay, but if you can't, will you be able to trade PM sessions? No, just at home, and do you have time to focus on that? That would be perfect. You won't have to worry. There we go. I want you to go down. I want you to just disrespect. I'm still very bearish. I'm still bearish. I mean, people might call me crazy, but I'm totally not bullish at all on this session. Um, Yeah, no, you'll be fine. Yeah, it's an awesome trade, really. But and if you work AM sessions, you wake up maybe a little bit earlier, and then you can trade London, right? London is awesome. Just we have to wake up. Oh, it's 2 a.m. Eastern. Yeah, that's a little bit. Yeah, you see, it's not. It's just. Well, I would not be bearish if um, you know because of tomorrow and news. That's why I'm bearish. I'm like, and you see the behavior. It's just sort of like trying to manipulate people into longs, and it's just not doing it. Now, I am going to calculate the TGIF for the weekly candle just in case we are going to go down, because what can happen is sometimes we get into if you get a TGIF already in London, then the PM session can be really horrible because it's just going to consolidate. But if they leave these for tomorrow, it's going to be very nice because then we might get a beautiful TGIF. But I'm going to the weekly now, and I just want to have the levels already sort of like in my. Okay, so this is the weekly candle for now, right? I'm going to do it again. Because we're bullish, I'm going to do it this way because if it goes back into the range, we go this way, right? But I'm going to put it here because the TGIF needs to take out this level to go into the range. So I'm just going to leave it here now. So this is already based on, obviously we go higher, you need to adjust it, right? You go up. If the weekly candle is going to expand, so then most likely tomorrow or maybe even today, but I don't think it's going to go up. It's not going to fool me anymore. And Q, you're not going to fool me. You're not going up. I know you. I know you too well now after all these years. I sort of have a relationship with NQ, I guess, after 3 years. It's pretty pathetic, actually. I talk to NQ. So I made a very funny. So I had a NFT trade. It was a paper trade though, and I set like a 1.5 hour in it, and I needed to edit my. I need to learn how to edit videos. So I thought, you know what, I'm going to make a funny video. So I made a short, like how a day trader starts behaving weird after being, because I don't like being in long trades. So I edited with music and I know I said at some point, oh, I think I'm going to fall asleep, and I just pretended to be asleep. So I made that longer on that in that short. So I just made that short is just I'm making fun of myself. You should check it. I think it turned out pretty funny with all the editing and stuff like that. Um, but yeah, being in a long trade just sucks as a day trader. I hate that. And I got in and I knew my analysis was correct. So I just wanted to, I thought, okay, and but it was NFP, and Thursday NFP are the worst days for me because it's always slow grinds and it just never goes straight to your target. It just takes like a long time. But I got in, but I was so confident in that trade. So at some point, you're like, okay, I'm going to stay in, I'm going to stay in, I'm going to stay in. But now it's going to go, now it's going to go, now it's going to go. And then you start talking to to NQ and you start like doing weird. I mean, I was looking at it and like, oh my God, you look so weird. What are you doing there? And then I thought, okay, I'm just gonna make a short out of it and take all the little things. And I was talking about chocolate. I'm gonna get after we're done, I'm gonna get some chocolate. Oh, I need to be rewarded for my patience now. And it was, I mean, it is really funny. But as a day trader, we don't want to be in 1.5 hour trades, right? Unless it's really, a normal day, but not an NFP week. I mean, I never trade my live accounts in NFP week. Oh, that's a tip I want to give you. In first week of the month, try not to trade any live accounts. Just do evals. Maybe on Monday and Tuesday, and maybe beginning. But be very careful because those in my journaling, I have the most losses, and especially on Thursday NFP week. So I just paper trade. But even that paper trade took 1.5 hours, even longer because I took a few stabs before that, and those were L's. So I was like, okay, now it's coming because I was a little bit too early. But no, I'm just making fun of myself on that. You should watch. It's fun. It's just like, and then I fastened my voice as well, so it sounds really weird, But I don't take myself too serious. Again, especially, oh genius! Why did you get in the first place? And I was like, oh, I don't like this. I don't like this. Yeah, yeah. So NFP weeks are the first week of the month. Um, there's no weekly profile yet as well, but also not a monthly profile. So it's the same thing. Like on the weekly profile, we have a weekly profile that we can on a Tuesday we have a Tuesday low or a Tuesday high, and then we can already sort of establish what can happen, what is likely to happen in the coming days. And then Wednesday we have more information, and obviously Thursday and Friday we are taking the weekly profile into account. But also with the monthly, it's the same thing. Like on a Monday, we don't know what's the week, but it's also like the first week technically. The monthly profile is just not, it's just consolidating and it's just annoying. So there's a lot of traders that don't trade the first week, especially the ones that are. But then again, I passed a few evals on Monday, and I just paper traded the rest of the week. But there were still good trades to be made, but they just take longer. But if you really want to be risk off and you want to be okay, for me, my journals told me as well. I lost most of my evals in week one, and especially on Thursday. It's just yeah. So I'm just stopped trading it live. And so Thursday for me, my favorite day is third week of the month Thursday, because then I have my large distribution moves mostly. Um, but accumulation is mostly on Monday and Tuesday, right? So that's why I use those N walks a lot, because they ping pong a lot between them. And normally on CPI, PPI, you have some expansion as well, but it's still week two. But the thing is, if we don't have them this week, I think we're going to have a nice expansion tomorrow. Most likely to the downside, I would think, because if we have 945, it's not that much, is it? 20%, 30. But otherwise, we're going to have a good week next week. It's the third week of the month. The only thing is that we have a change of contract, so that can be a little bit tricky. So we just have to, yeah. No, but Thursday gives a lot of distribution. So if you trade AMD, right, accumulation, manipulation, distribution. So then Thursday, you get the manipulation early in the week, and then the distribution comes on Thursday. But it can be on Wednesday as well, though. Yeah. Oh, there's so many people getting chewed up now by this price action. It's horrible. Even the 5 minute, you see, it's really. I'm so happy that I'm not in this. Okay. Yeah, see, but it helps me as well doing these streams and talking and just, go over analysis. And, once you get like you have specific models that really work, and, they present themselves so many times, you get less. I don't get, I mean, doing these sessions really help me as well to not be very eager to trade and just enjoy. I just enjoy going over um, just stay breathing and just go over it. I've been working on it because I had a good training and mess it up with something. Yeah, I mean that's I totally can relate to that because sometimes I feel like I need to move on. Yeah, and also because maybe you feel like, oh my God, now I've got the time, I don't have to work right now. But that's why I want to say, like, if you work in AM session but you can't trade the PM session, sometimes it's even better. You don't even want to trade, then you just don't even have one. You just watch the charts and just you collect intel, and then you're prepared when you go home, because then oh, there's certain models at certain times. Because I'll get more into time as well, and especially are you kidding me? You've only been doing this for 3 months, really? Um, have you been studying this for 3 months and trading like this for 3 months? Hey, operator, I need to check that. Hold on. We might have some animals inside. It's like a wild, wild west here. We do that. Are you kidding me? That's really 3 months, and you're already. I mean, with the trade that you posted to me, that's really, really awesome. But I can see that you are putting those intermittent high and lows on your chart, so that means you're really deep diving into it. Have you studied the core content from ICT? If you have a breaker. No, that's pretty, that's really awesome. 3 months. Wow, that's very impressive, actually, to be honest. I've studied ICT for 2 years extensively, and time. I had a few other mentors as well, so I took something from from everyone, and just make my own little bit. But wow, I've been training for you. Yeah, that's awesome. You're doing really well, man. I mean, very impressive. If that's 3 months, you're gonna be fine. Really, just it's just about risk management and just trade less, and then you know, and then make it to a payout. And then once you get like once it becomes more mechanical, you have no and yeah. But like I said, if you know, okay, I'm working AM session, but I can trade PM session, don't even bother to, make a hasty trade unless you have a nice time on a break or something. But just only collect intel and then, you attack on the PM session where you have all the time to sit down, be more relaxed, do some more intel, and then, it's like a sniper. So yeah, so let me give you a very good tip to study him. So obviously, I think you should go to the big master. You should see everything from him himself. He's going to give some more courses the 15th of September, so I can't wait. But if you want a short version, so sometimes you just want to have a refresher or should T trades. Have you heard of him? So T Trades, he has a YouTube channel and he has, I think, the best educational videos for ICT. So if you have specific topic, mitigation log, breaker, or something like that, they're very short, but they're very precise, and I think that's the best education besides ICT himself. But ICT, yeah, they're long and they take a lot of time. But yeah, so T Trades. Let me put it in the chat for you. So that speeds it up. And then again, if you follow, if you have something from, if you want me to go over, oh, does he have a Discord? Oh, he's awesome. I think he's one of the best education things out there momentarily. So yeah, I do like their knowledge and yeah, exactly. So I didn't know he had a Discord. I just watched his videos. Sometimes I'm like, oh my God, what's about the mitigation block and what's about, sometimes I forget some things or I'm looking at things and then, how do I call this order block or how do I do that? And then I go back and then I don't feel like, okay, I've done ICT already twice, the core content. Uh, Now I'm just going to T trades. Yeah. Are there more? Who else is in there? Is it Joshua? Is he with Josh? Because Josh makes the indicators, I don't know if he partnered up with, yeah, okay, I'll put it in chat for you. Yeah, it's T. I think it's just like, I think you write it like that, like on YouTube. If you type in T trades, you'll find them. I think he has an indicator now as well, by the way, but I don't use that. But I think it's probably good as well. Like everything the guy does is probably very, he knows his stuff really well. Yeah. So that will speed up your knowledge. So you just go over his um, in the database, and every topic is there. And sometimes he redoes a topic. It's an older one. And he finds something that he's or he learns some new knowledge, and then he just does it. He does it, and yeah. I think you the Discord culture. They have a lot of great ones in there. Is it a free Discord? Uh, You see, it keeps on hanging around in the fair value gap, right? It's so annoying. This class action. Yeah. I might join them as well. Yeah, teacher. Oh yeah, that looks like yeah. That's Oh, T-Trade and AM. Oh, okay, yeah, AM is also a good trader. Yeah, I've seen breaker block continue, OB continuation. Okay, so you've got that already. Yeah, so yeah, they're really good. I mean, they're really awesome. Both of them, by the way. I like them. No bullshit, and and he's getting a lot of shit now. He was on X, and because he has this indicator, and now people are, sometimes when he does a video, he promotes his indicator, but they're like, oh, you're just promoting, and he's like, well, I don't know if you've seen all the other things that I've done for free. Well, it's like, come on, give the guy a break, right? He has an indicator, and um, yeah. So I find it so ridiculous. These guys they've done so much for the ICT community and also AM. They shared so much for free and really good stuff. And then now, because they're promoting something, they get shit because it's like, it's just all about promotion. Shut the F up when you get like so much free and then somebody just, creates something. Why does everything have to be for free? They put in their money and their effort and, it's just, I mean, yeah, especially T-Trades, what he has done. Yeah, I love Fadi as well. So I can show you some of my indicators that I use a lot. So why are you not going to mine? So I've got ICT. Obviously, I automate the times, right? So I use this one for midnight, New York equities, afternoon, weekly, monthly. I want those on my charts, and that's that for that one. Then I have um, my favorite one, ICT kill zones. The only thing that I use for that are specific times, like my 10, my 4. Then I've got the first from Joshua, the first presented fair value gap. Uh, so I got 4 of them or 5, I think. So I need two. I need 2 of them because they only gives 3. And then I have my opening range gap. So this is an important one for me as well. So the opening range gap is the gap that is the 4:15 close till 9:30 open. And how I use it normally, I have another screen where I do that. I grade it always. You'll see me. I use fibs and numbers all the time. Quarter, 1/3. So here we go. So, and then they say it's not algorithmic. Okay, here we go. Let me show you. So look where the body did not go below the 50% of the opening range gap. And so tomorrow this one will disappear, but I leave these grades on. Why? Because if we go down, it's going to use these levels to go into the range, right? Because it's unfilled. We still have the 50% open from the opening range gap. Now, I'll show you something else what I like about this one. I only have one, but let's say I keep the last 5. Now, go to the 5 I'm just going to the 15-minute. Now, you see there's a lot of overlap, right? So these are the last 5. They're all yellow, so they're gap ups. Yeah, they're gap ups because they're yellow. Um, we are in this one now, so we are in a bigger one, and we have the small one, and we have this one. Why do I look at it? It gives me information for if we go down tomorrow, are they unfilled? So it helps me. And then I also check if it's is it in TGIF zone, right? You see here, for example, we didn't fill this one either, right? If you look at this one here, it's also 50%. So we have a gap here that's also still unfilled. So these are all levels that I look at before we start on Friday, because if we go down, they usually tend to fill those ones. It doesn't have to, but if we have a strong move down, let's see, 23,766,690. Okay, that's 400 points. Okay, so this one's literally, this one we have worked our way through, right? But this one, Monday, 8th September, we have not gone through yet. We still have 50% open. We still have this one open. Now I can leave this one obviously, but I do think, because if you have the monthly contract, it will probably most likely will go down into this area before the end of the monthly contract. So yeah, that's how I also look at this data as well. I'll just put one on. I just don't really need it. But yeah, so we stayed above the 50%, and we are not taking up the high. When I first started, I was trying to see if we get down, try to predict if open candle continue down for a scalp, but I don't mess with open candles. Opening. You can if you understand. Sometimes it depends on. Yeah, if you know what's going to happen, but it's still very tricky though. But I know people that only trade the opening candle. Yeah. Yeah. So opening range gap, people talk about those orbs, and I think that's just, this is so more um, algorithmic. It gives so much precision, because even though sometimes I leave those calculations, I take the box off. Obviously, it changes every day, right? And I just have the last one on, just not to have my charts too clogged up. When you leave these ranges on, you'll see sometimes it goes back to exactly one of those ranges. Well, here, for example, you see that this is also exactly the 66%. So this is the first presented fair value gap of the midnight. You see, it happens to be just exactly at, it's all, yeah, it's not for me. Yeah. So, at some point you'll see overlap of things. You're like, oh, if I use just this data, I don't have to put on all these. It already indicates that this is a very important fair value gap, which will be most likely referred to later this week. So that will be tomorrow. Good. I got a mosquito here, so it's bugging me, or it's just a hair. Your trade was awesome, and if that's a trade after 3 months, just not even trading 3 months, it's really awesome. I can tell you that. Uh, so you just keep on, and I think it's really good that you're already in T Trades Discord and already have probably looked at their studying their. You can't do any. I think if you don't study directly from ICT himself, I think T Trades is the best option. I wouldn't even go as far. Oh, you can skip ICT and just go to T Trades, but technically, if you really, he's pretty awesome, and he really, makes it very easy to comprehend, and he shortened everything in a very good way. And I think, yeah, I think he's really one of the best. Yeah. What do you mean the 830? Yes, 25. You see, 25% is also exactly the 830 line. You see that? Yeah. Uh, the first fair value gap. So is that 830 first FUG? No. Let me go to the 1 minute. I'll show you. So the first presented fair value gap on the 1 minute here. Oh, by the way, when we have 813 news, I have to make sure that I do it correctly, because, but this is okay. This one is correct. Um, we didn't have one. So we didn't have one until 9:35. So this is the first presented fair value gap of the AM session on the 1 minute. But if I go to the 3 minute, obviously it will look a little bit different, right? You see there's a much bigger one. Yeah. So we didn't even retest. So this is also very important information for me. If I look at this fair value gap, like it's an inversion now, right? We have come to the downside, we won't go to the upside, and then it's not an inversion yet because we need also a full candle to go through it to the downside and then a rejection. But what I'm just noticing is that we have these here and there's no retest. And then on the 1 minute, obviously, it's the same thing, right? There's no retest. So we didn't have a proper retest of the first presented fair value gap. Yeah, that's a very small detail, but very important because they always get retested at some point. Let me show you here, for example. This one was yesterday's, right? Okay, so this one created, or you have sort of a retest here then, but this is just consolidation. And we go up, here we go down, here we go up. But it did not really, it went in it, but I don't consider this a retest. If I see this, I'm still waiting. I know that this one will be used for just a wick into it. So let's see if we get that later on. Just follow the line, we just follow the line, we just follow, boom. Here we go. So I'm more looking into this behavior then, like a wick just like this, and then a rejection from it. But then again, it goes into it. So this is confusing for me, to be honest. But for me, when I see this happen, it will be a short, but it's not really a big, it's a very small trade, to be honest. It's not that good of an example. Let me see if I can get a better example. Well, it is a good example. And it goes through it, and then we wick into it, and then we go off like here. Yeah, and this is a good example here. So we use it, and then this one is just a wick, and then boom. You don't want to see bodies go into it. Yeah, I know this will keep on showing up for me when I trade London. These lines will be extended, so those lines will. That's why I extend them. I use them. So I have them until the new one prints. So that's why I have the London, the 9:30 a.m. So how are we doing with the trades? Okay, we are moving up slowly, right? But we're still not taking out the high. I wonder if it's going to do it maybe in the. It could do it in the last hour though, but that would be so. I would be very annoyed if it does that. We go up and we go to all-time highs and take out. Yeah, it just gives you so much more information, and you don't. It actually already gives you the most important fair value gaps, and then you just go over the higher time frame. So apparently, you also have the first presented fair value gap of the weekly. So you go on the daily, for example, and you look what's the um, yeah. But time is so important. This time is just such an important factor with trading. People are like looking at you, what do you mean price is most important? Like, no, it's not. It's because there's an algo. Yeah, but yeah. Okay. Let me have a look at I'll show another indicator that I use, but I have to go to another page. Let me see if I can share that. I have to change my OBS. Hold on. What do you call intraday DTT? I'll do this one. Okay, here we go. You see this? You see the screen? So this is my digital time theory. I have to give all the credit to Anar9. He's called Nine, and he's also friends with T-Trades. They're all from the same. They're all. I think these guys are geniuses, and they have developed a. Also, it's digital time theory, and they have brought things down into root candles, and these are volatility levels. So those gray boxes that you see, it's all calculated ranges. So, for example, this model that we're in now is model 111, and it tells me that the high we can reach we could go this high in this level. So technically, I could be totally wrong now if I look at this model and we are going to go all the way up into this level. But the volatility wise, considering the calculations, yes, we could go higher. That's what this model tells me. Now I'm going to look at model 111. Normally we have 109 points to go. We only made 23 points. So it looks pretty odd. It looks like a pretty good. I'm still not convinced because I just don't know. But then again, the model says we could go up. Now, these are all root candles, 1235, and this is the 130, but they are stacked. That means they're overlapping each other. That means consolidation, and you can see what happened here. Stacked root candles are always a sign of consolidation. I haven't even looked at this model yet. So you've got 1034, 952 is a root candle, 658. So for example, if I play a time-based model, is for example the 658 and the 312 in London, they always work together. So if I for example, the 312 print, and then we go down, and the 658 print, and then, for example, we have a reversal. I can just literally take a trade from 658 to 312 if it goes back up, because you know that the level most likely in most of the times, if they set up in a specific range, they work together. But they designed this, and they have a lot of knowledge, these guys, and how they decided that this is it really works, because you can see, for example, here, so once it hits AMRP low, the volatility, it's highly likable that it goes to the next AMRP level. It goes exactly to this level. But then we go down. We do not go into this level. We do not go into this level because we're sort of trending, right? But these levels are all going to be important tomorrow. It goes exactly to these levels. It's very exact. Did we take out a high? No, we just tapped into this high. We did not take it out yet. So now we do not have to go into this. It's a calculated, it's probabilities, right? It says, okay, the range, according to data that we have from this model, according from a longer period of time, the range can be from here to here, but it can also just go to the downside and, leave that for later. So, but there's also a weekly, and there's also a yearly. That's very interesting. I'm going to show you the weekly. Now these guys, I mean, this has helped my trading a lot as well. But sometimes I don't even look at it, but sometimes I do. Hold on. Now I have to find my. Uh, okay, let's go to the higher time frame. That'll give you some indication for tomorrow. Let me show you. I need to know which page it is. Oh, I'm on it already. Okay, I see. So this is the weekly, right? You see where the gray box is on top? Uh, There we go. So this is the AMP. So the range, they say that the range can extend into here, but we can also overextend up to 4 standard deviations. So I just want to make, I wonder if my internet is, am I still on? I just wonder if my internet just threw me out. But so you see here the root candle. Look at the precision. I don't share this a lot because it's very. You see this root candle here? How the manipulation went straight into the root candle? Boom. And then it went up. So these root candles, those are the purple ones, uh, and we are on our way to the upside here. Yeah, okay. I'm just sometimes I'm connected, right? I'm connected to the router directly, but sometimes the internet just I think it just glitches. It's fiber actually. It's pretty good for South Africa, but uh, okay. So, but this is the whole. This is actually the model for until Friday. So I actually don't want it to reach this level now. So I just hope we go into the range a little bit. So we'll see. You're good. I'm on Starlink. Yeah. Oh, Starlink. I wish. Yeah, Elon Musk is fighting it because South Africa they don't allow. Um, you have to if you want to bring in a company into South Africa, you have to employ. I think it's more than 30% black workers, and it's a lot of rules. And he says, no, I want to hire whoever I want to. So it's sort of a thing. And but they sort of like try to keep him out of South Africa. Well, he's actually South African, right? And I think it will help a lot of people. I mean, if there will be Starlink, is it good? Do you like it? Are you satisfied with it? I heard it's pretty good. Can you travel with it? Do you just can you hook it up anywhere, or are you sort of bound to a certain place, or is it like sort of mobile? I think Min is a genius. Whatever he does is just so awesome. It's just so disruptive, and I mean, imagine that we didn't have a. Yeah, I mean, I can't. I mean, I think if it would come here, is it expensive? How much do you pay for it for what you get? I travel a lot. Oh, so you bring it with you, and then you always have it. So you pay like a monthly subscription. Oh, yeah, that's awesome. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, he helps all those areas which if there's like a hurricane or stuff like that, he just helps, and then he brings out Starlink. That's really awesome. I need that actually as well because then I can travel more. Hmm. Do you 150 a month? Okay, that's pretty expensive. But I mean, yeah. Do you trade crypto or anywhere without trees? Well, that's boring. I live in the bush, so I have a lot of trees here. I cannot go without my trees because I've got monkeys and in the trees and I'm always around a lot of trees. Oh, that's the downside there. No trees. Ah, okay. Okay, so I just wanted to show you that the weekly. So the projection wise, it says we could go up here for Friday until the end of the week, but you know, we wicked into the AMP low, so that means we might not even see this area anymore this week. We're just going to go up, but yeah, we still have 1 hour to go, I guess. Cut a hole out. Yeah, some trees will still work. Hey, they better work. They better do. Okay, let me get back to my other screen because this is just too high a time frame, right? Now, ICT. Let me see. Why are you not changing? Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Why are you giving me a hard time? There we go. Maybe we'll be going short. Yeah. I'm not going to trade after hours. I'm going to go to bed. So I wake up early again, and then I'm going to do the London session. Um, we didn't take out the high, right? Or did we? I really don't want that to happen today. Yeah, no, we're still below it. Okay. I really hope we are leaving this high for tomorrow for the proper TGIF. So I wouldn't really mind if we just, but then again, we get the last hour macro on close, crazy algo. So we could wake up. It would be a little bit disappointing if we take that high out now. A lot of people will be happy because they've been waiting all day for it. But then again, I'm like, why would you do it now, right? You still have news tomorrow. Um, the reason why I don't like it is because then, once we hit a high, the TGIF can set in. So that's why I don't like it because um, if we leave this for tomorrow, we go down into the range, and then we make our way up again. The thing is that like I don't know if you can remember last week, was it Friday? We hit one high, then we had this big drop down, right? Most people were taken by surprise because it just was very. And the week before that, on a Thursday, we also went into some liquidity, and then we went already to get into the TGIF zone. So that's why we didn't have a proper TGIF for 2 weeks now on Friday. Um, so sort of annoying that it's hovering around this area. So I'm just not sure. I just wanted to go see to go down, but then again, we are above this area now. Do we have a breaker here? I'll be up in London at work. Okay, well maybe I'll see you. You join. You can join. Yeah. I mean, I'm very impressed that you're just 3 months in. That's really awesome. Um, that's pretty awesome. And combining also studying with work. Yeah. And you're very precise as well. Um, but then again, you're hanging out with the good guys with T trades, and that I think that's a really good Discord. I think I might join them as well. I didn't know that they have a Discord, to be honest. Yeah, T trades is really good. Zusi is good. There are a lot of good traders that really share a lot of valuable stuff for free, and that's a lot of bullshit as well, I guess. 3 o'clock. Let's have a look. I'm just curious now what's going to happen because it's such a. It's not really fun to trade. It's just I think we just have more fun just hanging out, I guess, right? And staying out of trades. We don't want to uh, lose our ammo on trade this consolidation, literally. But there might be a nice move after hours. Look at this. It has been consolidating literally since 11:20 up till now. We're still in that range. I only have one eval. Okay, well, don't lose that eval, okay? Uh, you're just 3 months in, and you're already on the phase like, oh my god, I want to pay out. That's really, I mean, that's quite amazing. But you'll get there. Don't worry. I'm sure you will. I think you'll be there sooner than you think. But just really bring it down from uh, to 3 micros, and uh, it's still a lot, 5%. So that means 100 per trade instead of 200. And just because it doubles your ammo, you have double the. No, no, don't think about that. Don't think in money terms. Just think about setups. It's really that's where you go wrong. Because if you have a daily, like if you say, oh, I want to make 500 per day, then it's 450, and you're gonna try to make another. Just think about, especially in the beginning. It's not about the money. It sounds weird, but that's when my shift came. I really focus on the setup and the process. It has to be mechanical. I have to have because sometimes the market doesn't give you enough to make that money, right? Sometimes if you have a whole day of consolidation, you can have a few scalps, and there's just no good risk rewards. You just don't take it, so you won't make your money, and then you're upset. So don't think about, oh, my goal is 500 per day. The market will not always give you 500 per day if that's your goal. And if you are focused on that, that's what brings you into trouble. That's what brings me into trouble when I think like that. So I just try to listen to just think, okay, is my setup there, and will I risk for that setup? And sometimes I just paper trade it. I just don't even go into my, if I'm just not 100% sure, and then sometimes I don't make money at all anymore on a day because I just think, you know what? I'm just not going to risk it. I don't feel it, or I'm just going to paper trade it. So I don't make my money in a day. But then the next day I have a nice expansion move. And even with only 3 micros, I've had days with only a couple of micros, $1,000 days with just a couple of micros. But those are really the expansion days. And, no, it's not. No, I think I'm lying. I think it's about 750 max with markets, but it added up very quickly. And then because you have the large moves, you can skill in, skill out. So yeah, and then the trades like what like you get in at the like almost turtle soup, a very low risk, high reward, and yeah. So I don't think about that anymore. I think it's just, okay, it's a trade, is it worth is it mechanical enough for me? Can I back it up by time? Is my setup there? And then I just look at the trade itself. And sometimes it's more than the amount that, and sometimes it's less. Yeah. Yeah, you're doing really well. Uh, but yeah, focus on the process and not the outcome. I mean, it's very cliche to say, but it really works. I mean, it's really, um, and the money really will follow. And it's very frustrating if you don't have, if you do really well, but you cannot get to a payout for some reason. Very frustrating. And we all went through that. But when you're just in for 3 months, it's just you're already very far. for what you are. I just can't believe it. I mean, it's just really. Did you not trade at all? And did you not even know about ICT 3 months before? Were you very? You must be very analytical then, or something. Highly intelligent. It's very impressive, really. 3 months. I was really. I needed. Uh, what's mean again? Yeah, I know consistency rules. You can FBL. Never traded anything. That's really very, very impressive. Wow. So well, it's actually really good that you never traded. Ah, so it runs in the family. What does your dad say about it? Have you shown him ICT and some? But it's really good that you did not do any of those bullshit retail things that I did before I found out about ICT. So you're still clean and you're not corrupted with those bullshit. No, he never told you. I know, but I guess it runs in the family a little bit. Then you have like a. So does your dad? Do you talk to him about it? Do you share like, oh, I just learned this and that, because he probably never heard of ICT. You never heard of a. What do you mean a breaker? What is a breaker? I just do supply in the demand zones, or they will say, oh, it's just support and resistance. Oh, so he hasn't. Okay, interesting. Well, I'm curious how he would react, but he probably, I don't know. Algorithm. There's no algorithm. There was only buying and selling pressure. Yeah. Hey, are we gonna get our move down now? Hey, I've been. I just want to leave these. But you know this crazy algo. This last algo could really like spike up and then go down, right? But he holds long term, and when you get losses, he holds them. Okay, he creates a little, but he's pretty busy. I think he could learn a lot. Yeah, he gets a lot of time from you. Yeah, my aunt is also the one in the U.S. They did really well, but also because she got into trading, but she also into stocks and long term and just getting into the good stocks with she lives off dividends now basically because she has been accumulating all the good ones and she did pretty well. But now she's like, prop firms, what's that? She says, oh, I think if I would be younger, I would do the same like you do. But also long term, and obviously when you do long term, if you look at the S&P 500, if you got in many years ago, you're doing fine, right? Because technically it always goes up and it goes down in certain times, but over years it's always profitable. Yeah. If you have the good stocks and the good companies, I guess you cannot really go wrong if you can hold long enough, right? Yeah, that's good. But do you do crypto as well? Yeah. So once we have like yeah, that's in the US. You're in LA, right? Yeah, you're in California. That sucks. Yeah. You're in the wrong state for trading for trading. Apparently, what I heard from other US people. It's crazy that you have such a difference in states tax-wise, right? If it comes to, I'm not sure if that's the case, but if I understood correctly, there you can be taxed differently per state. Or is that okay? So how much do you? It's like I know my aunt is in Texas, and I think even the percentage that she said were pretty high though. Um, that's why a lot of successful traders they move to Puerto Rico, right? Or Dubai. Yeah, California is rough. I think it's It's almost communistic, right? So you, so they don't like capitalism. They take 32%. So if you sell, you have to give 32% for every, also for day trading, for trade, or how does that work? That's 32%. That's crazy, to be honest. I thought 20% or something. I think my aunt mentioned, but I could be wrong. I think she said, "Oh, if I sell every year," she talks about it. She's, "Oh well, but if I sell my portfolio, I've got to pay 20%. I think 20%, but that's taxes then." Oh, your job. Okay, yeah, yeah. Now in the Netherlands, it was I paid 40%, 42, 48%. So that's not too. It's not too bad, 32%, to be honest, for a job. I thought, okay, but it's still a lot of money. I know, I know. And so I make like 5,600 in a week, but that's a lot of money. That's good money. But then you have to they take 32%. That's a lot of money from that money. Yeah, you'll get there. Don't worry, you'll get there. I'm sure you will. If you had your trade is pretty awesome. Really, your trade is really really good. You know, there was a turtle soup, and your exit was pretty good, and you hold on to two contracts, so you'll be fine. I mean, I think is capital gains is 60%. Oh my God. You have to move before that time. You get really good. Um, but yeah, I think there are ways around it to get really good. But then I think, yeah, I know a lot of traders that they move away from certain areas just for that. Um, but that's ridiculous. Capital gain 60%. That's theft. I mean, that's just horrible. Yeah, crazy, crazy stuff. But how is it with when you do prop firm? How does that work then? Is that uh, like imagine you get a payout, right? Is that the same? Do they look at it the same way then? Like if you would sell stock or like if you would have your own? Because it's oh is that then? Do they take 32% of the payout from a prop firm, or do they tax it the same as capital gains? I wonder if the prop firm pay is that because you get like a payout, right? It's not like you sell and it's simulated. So I think maybe, yeah, I think that's much better then. I don't think they tax it then that as high. They just see it as income, right? Yeah. Okay, let's see if we're gonna get a breakdown to the break. Okay, it's 3:15. Well, it's nice that I mean I'm having a good time to just take read and just to chat. So that's why I started the YouTube channel. So I had a few shorts. I have a winning. It was a winning trade in profit, but then again it moved up. But I was short. I had a short bias from this because I thought the daily high was in. But then again, I'm just wondering if these market on close crazy algo because it's crazy algo. It's like it goes nuts. It's like it gets uh it drinks some Gatorade or something, and then it goes looking all back and forth. Yeah, I'm fine, and yeah, I need the subscription. I'm not really asking for likes and subscribers, but I should actually a little bit more. Um, but it goes slowly. But I also don't want to. I also want to attract the specific kind. I don't want. you know, I'm happy if it stays to, obviously I want to grow, but I don't want to have like Tanya 100K, subscribers, and I don't need, that's not what I'm looking for. It's more like I would rather have a smaller group of people go more into content, make it that it stays more personal. Obviously grows, but I'm not looking for fast growth or things like that. But obviously it would be nice if there's more people, but it doesn't have to be um, yeah, you know. And also like, oh, are you going to expand with it? Do I want a Discord? Maybe, well, you're supposed to, when you grow, you have to offer more, obviously. But then we'll see how it goes. But I'm really looking for quality more and offering like, I don't want it to be like, oh my God, about evaluations. And I've seen a few of the other streams, and all these people, they're just asking about rules, about prop firm rules and stuff. And I really, you can look it up yourself. So I'm looking for that kind of interaction. Obviously, when I would have affiliation because I trade something very much, and you can give people some good deals. But I would, I mean, you give people a deal, but then, I don't want the chat to be all about, oh, but what about this and how does that work and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, obviously, you tell how, when you have something new, but it's only about prop firms lately. It's just yeah, they want signals. Well, obviously, when you go into a trade, I guess people take it as a signal, but I would rather go into depth and tell, that if you can help people trade a little bit better, that's so much more rewarding, I guess. Yeah. But anyway, so it's a double-edged sword. You want to, yeah, giveaway. Yeah, giveaway. Exactly. When is the giveaway? When is the giveaway? Yeah. Signals and giveaways. But apparently that's how you grow. I mean, that's how you attract the most people. So I'm staying away from that. So I know my niche will be a little bit smaller, but I want that. Um, but I do want to grow, obviously. So, but not in the way that you go for I call it fast food, um, like a fast food thing, and just that you go for quantity, and then you get a very weird chat, and it just becomes very. You need a moderator at some point, and I would rather, you know what I mean, right? Because it can get pretty ugly if those in those chats. I've seen so far, but yeah. So we'll see. Yeah, exactly. If you can't learn it, if you're lazy, because I've got a few things that I really want to share, but I think it's extremely valuable, and I just I sort of like I don't want to do it on stream where people when people are really putting in the work, and those people I will share because some things I've been studying for like really quite some time, and I've put in some hours of work in it, and it's really so. Yeah, you want to be very transparent, but you don't want to share everything like that. So the lazy people can just pick it up, scoop it up, and use it, right? And then you don't have to study it all. So that's something I'm sort of like, I'm trying to balance a little bit. Like, what do you share? What don't you share? But obviously, you want to be as transparent as possible. But yeah, no, I'm definitely, my 10-4 model will help you a lot. I should make it, uh, we can go over my 10-4 model now because we're not going to trade anymore. I want to see 15. We'll go over the 10-4. And then if you trade it and it's successful, let me know because you can trade the AM session now. Okay, hold on. Let me find a good example. Here's a good example. Okay. So the 10, you put your use in your knowledge should be yours to choose to give. Yeah, yeah, but you know what? I've been given a lot for free too, so I think it's time to pass things forward, right? That's how it works, and I think that's the purpose of this channel as well. But I just discovered something that's so big that's something I actually made a video and I took it off at some point because I was, oh no, this is just too, I have to hold some of my ammo, right? And I still have to refine it as well, to be honest. But okay, so my 10-4 model. So that's the only model I actually trade on my live account when I go in big. Why? Because it's fully mechanical and it's um, very easy. So what happens? 4 a.m. You can use 4 a.m. So what you do, you plot the 4 a.m.s and it's you can use all the 4 a.m.s depending if the 4 a.m. of the session that printed that day is not valid. And I'll go over the rules when it's not valid. So for example, let's go. I want to see. Okay, 10 o'clock here. So point is you want to enter, so the 10 o'clock here has printed, right? 9, I'm on the 15 minute, hold on. 10 o'clock, printed in this candle. Now, the open price is right over here. Now, I was already bearish. I knew we were going to get a bearish move, a manipulation move. There was a 4 o'clock right over here. Was it valid? Now I have to look. I'm a little, but you can see the move. Let me just go over the move for now. The point is, you get into the 10 o'clock. You have to establish where is the other 4 o'clock, which will be used because there are variables. The point is that you get into the manipulation move, so above the open. So the point, but you can also wait because sometimes there is chop, and then you want the confirmation that it goes through the 10 o'clock open again, and then you get in. And that's where you market order just in because you know where it's going, right? It's just going to drop all the way down. And where does it go? It goes lower, but I just get out of the 4 o'clock. I don't even wait for this area. I just take it. So I think it's this candle here. Boom. But you can see in this candle, it didn't go straight away, right? So you have chop, goes back up, but you see the bodies are exactly the same level. So you still have an extra in this candle 10-15. You still have opportunity to get into this wick, right? Even though it's one candle later, but then you just, so in this situation, you probably wait and then before it makes it moves, then you get in. So that's one example. The rules are a little bit more refined, but we'll get into that another. Let's see. I just want to give you a few examples to see how they work in conjunction. So it's not always the 10-4, it's also the 4-10. So for example, here you have 4-10. Here it crosses it again. Where does it go? To a 10 o'clock. Boom. So that was one. Let me find another one. I've traded them a lot these weeks. So just start jotting them down. We're still below. I'm just looking on one eye at what the price is doing. But I think I'll make a video on the 410 because I want to share that model with as much people so they can benefit from it. So we print here. Now, where's my 4 o'clock? Okay, now you see here the 4 o'clock is here, right over here. You've got a 10 o'clock here. It didn't go to the 4 o'clock, right? No, it did not. So you keep this 4 o'clock and you see it is not traded to. But then there should be a 4, a 10-4 here. Now, I'll make a nice, I think I'm going to make a, okay, so this is a good example. So here you've got you have a 10 o'clock, boom, we have a move down. This one is invalidated because it's been traded. Why is this one not valid for today, for that day? If you have a 9:30 open, if you have a print, a 4 a.m. print, you don't want to see it touched in pre-market or before at 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, before the market opens, because then it will not, you will not have your 10-4. And this one is also too close. So this 10 o'clock went to this 4 o'clock. Right. You see that? The one that was unused previous. You see how big so how large those trades are? But there are variables. You have to be aware that, when you see it's being touched, it's like being used, you can see them. Sometimes they use the 4 o'clock as a resistance or support level. So you see it chops around towards it all the time. Then I'm not going to get my 10-4 or my 4-10. But you see here? So this is your trade. What's the level? Let me go back. So there are large expansion moves, and even on difficult days when everybody's struggling, and I play my 10-4, and oh my god, it was so difficult. I'm like, oh, I played 683. I just want to show you how big the RR 684. Let's make it 685, okay? 684. Okay, where's the 10 o'clock print? 8, 8. I don't see my 10 o'clock. Oh, it should be here, right? Okay, let's see. Okay, so here, 10 o'clock opens, we have a move down. So you want to enter in the manipulation down, but most likely you'll wait. Let's say you go back into the open, and then you just market order. I just market order in once we go over it, and then it was 658. How many points was that? Why? Because I knew there was a 4 o'clock there, right? And I know this one is invalidated already. So especially when you invalidate this one and you go over that, you know where the draw is. You know where the draw is. 685. Boom. Yeah. Because why? Because it's an algorithmic level, and the time at 4 a.m. it prints an imbalance, or it's a fair value gap or liquidity level. So that's why it's a valid liquidity point, and they work in conjunction. So yeah. So if you already are bullish for the day and you see this happen, and look at the time. Well, this one was actually a very long trade, by the way. You see that? Was this my NFP? Oh, okay. Hold on. Remember, I made that NFP that video. And that's this one. That's the reason I was so sure about. I think this is, yeah. But then again, yeah, this is that NFP one. It's the first week of Thursday. Yes. That's the joke. It's on YouTube. The short, I made a joke of myself, NFP, but you see the value. That's why I took it, because I was very sure of it. And I had three confluences in one. That one was one, but that was a 1.5 hour trade. I didn't even get in at this point, but I thought, oh my, it's such a sure. We know where it's going. Blah blah blah. Yeah, yeah. So that was that. But that's part of the NFP Thursday. I'm just looking Thursday for September. I remember something about that day. That's the day I went crazy because I wasn't that long trade. Yeah. But anyway, yeah. Let's get back to this because we get the market. Let's see what the market is doing. But I'll get more into it because I think it's I will make a PDF of it because I think it's very valuable. It's such a nice model. It's so easy. It's so mechanical, and it's just yeah. So I mean, if you just use those times, put them on your chart, and see. Just start looking at it. What happens on a day? How did it behave, and what is the conjunction with the two, and you'll start seeing things. Yeah, time. We love time. So, what are you doing now? What do you guys think? Are we going to break the high in the market on close? Yeah, just paper trade it. Yeah, exactly. When somebody shares a model with you, you don't take it for what they say. You back test it because somebody could tell bullshit. You have to see, and what works for me might not work for you. For example, you might I don't need that model. I've got a 3-7, much better model. Thinking. No, I'm just joking. Um, yeah, but no, I use those. I use them a lot. The 10-4 and the 4-10. Yes, so they work both ways, and you have to look at all the 4 o'clocks as well. But they have to be unused, and unused means they have to be untouched in pre-market, or let's say you don't want it to be touched before, after, preferably 7 o'clock. Yeah, so they can touch it in London maybe a few times. It's okay, but pre-market you want it untouched. Otherwise, it's invalidated for the day. But if it's invalidated for that day, it's validated for the day after or for that day after. You understand? It's just not that day. But you have to backtest it. So, but the best ones are the ones that are the ones on the day itself. So you have a 4 a.m. print, and then it moves away from it, and then it goes back to that area after 10 a.m. And then you want to enter in the manipulation wick of the 10 o'clock candle. And that can be the 1 hour candle or the 4 hour candle. Backtest it and thank me later. I would love to hear that you traded it and then one day, like, oh my God, I had such a good trade and I just went out and I'm done for the day. That's actually a trade you can do at work, literally. Then you don't have to think about it. It's just, and you get, and 9 out of 10 times the move does go a little bit further. But you don't care. You just get out because, you don't have to think about any high or lows or you just, that's the trade, and they're still pretty solid. They're always pretty solid. Most of the times they are at least between 30 and 50 points, or sometimes even higher. So, yeah. You see here, it's also funny, right? You see that they print the 10 and the 4 o'clock exactly at the same line. That's not a good 10-4. Yeah, you want to see them far away from each other. But anyway, backtest it. And if there is a, yeah, well, I mean, there's no need for greed, right? When you get 50 points, yeah. And I trade those with minis. I do not even do, because I know the model and I know exactly, I know the specifics because I've done it now for a couple of years. I go in with minis on that model, even on a 25K account, to be honest. But yeah, just one mini, just one mini. Yeah, because once you know that model and it's sort of like playing out. Sometimes I mean, it doesn't happen a lot, but I haven't really, I can't really think of an example. Just thinking of, what was it this week? We had it was a really rough morning, and there was also a very good 10-4. So I'm gonna go see if I can find it. Was it yesterday? I can't remember. No, not yesterday. It was the day before yesterday. To go through my journals. But anyway, it's a very good model. It doesn't get more mechanical than that. So, yeah. Yeah, well, that makes it working 11. Wow, yeah, it's just still but it's also nice to have a good job, right? I mean, you're still very young, but I think if you, when would you want to stop working when you are profitable with trading? I'm done, 1500. Yeah. Trading is freedom, to be honest. It is. It gives you the freedom you just need Wi-Fi, right? So you just need Wi-Fi, you need a laptop, and then you can basically trade from anywhere in the world. That's why I can do what I do, and that's why I start traveling. And I thought, okay, well, I can only live here where I live because of the trading. But I really enjoy it as well. I mean, it's such a nice thing to study and to dive deeper in. It's really fun to learn. I think so. I mean, I don't think it's fun if you don't like to be on the charts, right? Imagine that you have to study the charts and you don't like it, or study the algo and just oh my god, I have to look at this charts all day. I think how long am I on? Actually, I'm just stream. I'm 3 hours on, but that's because I'm having fun with you guys. It's a 3 hour stream. I don't even realize it. That's awesome. And we have a very shitty price action, but we still have fun, right? But hey, listen, my analysis so far was good that I thought we're not going to go over, but I'm just curious if I'm going to be wrong with the last minute, with the algo, because we're sort of like so close, right, to that high. Um, I just wonder if it's just going to make like a little, just a little wick above it and then go down. Yes, it's just very good. I used to work for KLM in the Netherlands. I used to work in IT. I worked for KLM 22 years in total, and I started on the ground as a ground hostess, and then I was a gate agent, and I got really fed up dealing with passengers. They were really rude at some point, right? People really were like really attacking you and getting physical, and it was crazy. I mean, it was really a nice experience. I had a lot of fun time, and I could travel cheap, and it was awesome. KLM was really a good employer. And then I went into IT, and then I thought, then COVID came and they offered a voluntary resignation, but I always wanted to go to South Africa because I did a lot of voluntary work, wildlife related. And then I thought, why don't I just, I'm still a little bit too young to retire, but I thought, why don't I just, just move? And I wasn't really trading. I wasn't really profitable at that time, but there was no plan B. And I mean, if I want to make it work, I just have to make this work. So, and I did, and I just studied a lot while I was already here. And if not, I could always fall back on my IT background. You could do online projects and stuff like that, but I didn't want to do that. So that was my backup plan. Um, but now it worked out well, now I trading. And now I can live wherever I want because the trading helps you. So, but for me, it was like, yeah, okay, you can go back in your old job, but it's not what I want. But, the idea that you have that as a backup, uh, yeah, gave me the peace of mind. But I was a little bit stressed with that because I just didn't want to do it anymore. That's why I left KLM at some point. But if you have the luxury of a good job and you can study while you're doing it, it's awesome. That's pretty good, right? You just study and meanwhile you just get better because it takes time. And then, when the time is there, you can always choose what you want. Maybe you won't even leave your job. You just like it and you just add it. Yeah. Yeah, there's nothing more, valuable than time and freedom, in all honesty. And, for me, it's also about doing voluntary work and giving back to communities. And so I'm very, I want to be, I'm in South Africa. I'm very much That's why when you said no trees for start, I'm like, well, I'm in the bush. I want to be in the bush around animals, so I need trees. But I guess we can talk to Elon about that. Hey, Elon, do you have a new fix for the bush maybe where there are trees? So yeah, for me it's like yeah, I just love. I need to be around in nature. For me, that's such a yeah. In the Netherlands, there is no nature anymore. It's just concrete, I guess. We have a few parks, but they're it's just cultivated, and every branch, there's not leaves are not allowed to fall because then a bicycle, some cyclists can slip and then they can get a lawsuit or something. Yeah, so they have to, and then they're like, okay, well then we have to cut the whole tree. So then they just make a few scrubs or something. Yeah. Hmm. Oh, we're gonna get the crazy algo. It's coming. It's coming. We're getting the last 15 minutes. You're gonna be fine. I'm sure you're gonna be fine. You're just 3 months in, and that trade that you showed, there is not a trade over 3 months from a person that's 3 months in. So, if that's your level of trading already, then it's just a matter of some risk management, a little bit tweaking. If you're 3 months in, I don't think even think that you have blown that many evals yet. So, oh, where does your body live? South Africa is a beautiful country. It's very diverse. We've got bush, beach, mountains. Obviously, we have cities as well. Cities I'm not too crazy about, but those are a little bit more dangerous in general. But where I live is totally not dangerous. It's safe and yeah, risk management and psychology. The technicals are not that difficult, to be honest. You can get a model and do technicals. It's all about risk management, psychology, and I have a problem with over trading if I'm bored and I'm by myself. Um, I really was like, oh my god, do I have an issue here? Because I'm always like, oh, I never had an issue with um, well, like I could never understand how people can get be addicted to in a casino, for example, or some things. And I was like, no, I don't have that issue. But then I found out actually with trading, I actually had an issue. I was like, oh my god, I'm over trading. I mean, that's just when you really go on tilt, you can get really like you can keep. It's like scalping and going in and out, and it's like really weird. And like, I never thought that I had that because I'm very disciplined in well, discipline. I don't have any addiction problems. Let me put it that way. So also like gambling and stuff like that, just it just doesn't get me excited to do those things. But then with trading, it's such a mirror. I'm like, geez, I actually do have an issue here. I really need to work on that, right? And that's very funny because you're like, people say that, yeah, it's really a mirror. Um, and things that you don't think, and everybody thinks, oh my God, it's so easy. I will walk away. Tanya had that in her, she said that in her stream today. It's very funny. I just listened in for a short while. And she said, yeah, she had a few rules, and one of the rules was, and she told a friend or some family like, yeah, and the other rules that I walk away after a trade, and people just don't understand. Yeah, that's easy, right? What, right? You take a trade or you lose a trade, and then you walk away. But it's not. I mean, I think we can all relate to that, right? If you have a losing trade, it's hard to just walk away. It's always a thing that nags you. I want to make that back, that money that I lost. And uh, I think that was really one of the hardest things to walk away when you have a losing trade. Just, okay, I've had my max loss, uh, you know? So, yeah, that's good. I mean, if you have the discipline, and that's perfect. But yeah, Now let's see. We've got 13 minutes to go. I mean, it looks like it's gonna take out that high, right? Even it's just not gonna leave it like that on the end of it. My God, imagine that you've been trying. I'm so happy that we stayed out of these trades. You know why? Because I was bearish and this was indicating bullish, so that's why I stayed out because I'm like, okay, you know, I said we have reached the high of day. We're not gonna go, and then we start doing this. I'm like, okay, I've got conflicting data now. So for me, being bearish and price action showing me bullish price action, but even though it didn't take out any high, you know, it tells you a lot, right? Let's see how far the algo. I think you know if it's gonna leave this, and we are just going to even maybe the algo doesn't do a lot. I wonder. I mean, it does look like Asia is going to be a nice session to trade. But I'm not going to trade it. I'm just gonna. No, don't give anything back. You're not going to give anything back today. You're just going to keep it. That would be really nasty that you give back something, you know, the last 12 minutes that you didn't do anything, and then the last 12 minutes you get one spike to the wrong side, and then you give back all of it. Ugh, horrible. We literally have been watching paint dry, to be honest. We've been watching, let me see what the range is. Well, this is the maximum range. Oh wow, it's still 38 points, well, it was a little bit more, but I got on a little bit before 12 because I thought it was going to be a short. I did get some of the short, but um, we've been watching 40 points over uh, 3 hours almost. That's 10 points per hour we've been looking at. Yeah, 8 plus setup. I totally agree. And that's why my model, my 10-4 that's actually the only model that if I deviate from my rules, that's when I go wrong. Okay, now let's see. If this was the wick, there was a very small wick, right? You see that? I thought we would get a wick at, it could still run. We still have 10 minutes. Or I could take it out at 4:15 as well. But yeah, so I have a rule. When I have a losing trade, I try to walk away for 10 minutes and just do something else. I'm not allowed to go back into the trade. But sometimes I don't listen to that rule, and then that's where I go wrong. But if you can sort of like reset, you need to reset that brain, right? It's sort of like that fight and flight thing that comes into your, like, oh my God, I've got to solve this. I've got a losing trade. I've got to solve it. Um, yeah, I think it's going to go. I'm just curious if it's going to take out this high and with how much. I think it's just going to be a small, just a little bit, and then go down. I don't think it's going to be a large bit, but hey, it could be wrong. It could just go into price discovery. Yeah, that's why I always have the higher time frame next to my lower time frame. So if we have a 4 hour candle, right, the two o'clock goes to 6. So what can happen is that it does range. So they know everybody's waiting for this to break, right? Because they know that people, equal high. So people, so I wouldn't be surprised if then they do it after 4:15, what they do a lot, because then Robin Hooders cannot. I think Robin Hood are not allowed to take trades, and a lot of people are not allowed to trade. Prop firms cannot trade anymore, so you'll see that happen a lot. And then the 4-hour candle makes its way up, because look at this one here. Look at this candle now. Yeah, is it 4? Yeah, it's 4. Oh, this is really a small candle by the way. We're in already 2 hours. So I would so the bodies are already above the close. You see that? So that's very bullish. Now it doesn't have to stay that way, but it's a bullish indication. We have a little gap now. Let's see. You wanted to say above this line for it to stay bullish. So, what it could do, it could wick down to the downside, and then it still goes up, right? But then again, let's see. And then we have a fair value gap here. If it closes here, and then it might move away from it, and then it's just going to retest that one either in London or in the AM session, this fair value gap. Even this algo, the market on close algo, is sort of like so slow that really doesn't happen a lot of the times. That is just slow. Jeez. Oh, I see something else that's very interesting. Is this little gap here? Is it a gap or not? I'm gonna get rid of this. I don't think so. Now it's overlapping, right? Yeah, it's overlapping. Well, in 5 minutes we're gonna go. We're gonna leave it at this. We're gonna leave NQ for its can go do whatever it wants, right? And then yeah, I'm looking forward to tomorrow's session and London session. Okay, now NQ, show us something. Just give us some exciting. I don't think we're gonna get a lot of more. There's no earnings, right? Something like that. Hey, but it still did not take out the high, so the analysis is still correct. And technically, I don't care what it does after. Well, yeah, I do actually care if it does it after 4:50. I don't want it to do it anyway. I really like you, NQ, if you don't do it. I really like you, but you just stay in the area a little bit too long. Okay, good. I'll have a look at that. 4 more minutes. I'm sure he's going to do it after 4:15 or 4:15 something, right? So that everybody's locked out of their charts and nobody can do it. But if you don't, I like you more. I always look at the moon whenever it looks like a finger. Oh, you're making me tired now, thank you. Jeez. Oh, you also use the higher time frame candle, I see, the fadey ones. I used to do that as well, yeah. Very good. I think my trading style comes very close to yours. What you're looking at is very similar to, so I also use the higher time frame in my analysis continuously. Um, and I integrate the intermediate term highs and lows as well. I don't, you don't see me doing it, but I actually do it. So there's a lot of similarities, I think, in what I am doing is comes very aligns with what you are actually doing or what you have been studying or how I approach the market. Let me put it that way. Yeah, it's very important to identify the intermediate term highs and lows. Extremely important. Once you identify the intermediate, you will know because the short term is always, when you have an intermediate, you always have, like for intermediate term low, you always have two shorter ones on the side, right? Oh, is it going? Is it going? To the downside. Oh, we didn't break the low. We didn't break the high. My analysis. Oh, no, stay there, stay there, stay there. There you go. 4 o'clock. Oh, okay. We didn't get our short, right? We didn't get our short because the price action was shit. But the good thing was analysis was correct. We didn't break the high. Even though it didn't give a, I did take the talking about intermediate term highs. Did we have an intermediate term high? Not really, right? Or is this the intermediate term high? This one here, or this one here. Which one is the valid intermediate term high? Which validated the high of the day? Can I? It still cannot go. Okay, good. I don't care that I lose. That didn't take this trade to the downside because it's already closed in market. But um, I literally came at 12 before 12 because I wanted that short. I already, if you go back, you can see me. I was struggling a little bit because I came out. Oh my god, the daily high is in. I want that short. So I tried to get in, but I got stopped out a few times because I was too early. But I was so sure about that. I was talking about that short all the time. I did manage to take a little bit of this area, and then we went back into this range, and it didn't go well. We've been here, and we all know how it went, right? But I kept saying, I don't think it's gonna. I think it's not. So I'm very happy with that. That the analysis was correct. I did have a little bit of a trade, but that's fine. It was. I don't think it's very. I'm happy that I didn't use my ammo. Exactly, being stuck. Like once you're in that trade and it does not really go, it's horrible because Either you're going to pray, you're going to be stopped out, or you're just going to pray if it goes to its level. So, so that's good. So we're gonna leave it at here. I want to thank everybody. And I'm happy that Alex for your active chatting as well, because it really helps. It's fun for me as well to have people communicating and to go over trades. And I hope to see you back soon. Yeah, it's still, I love these sessions because we still learn a lot, right? So even though when we see equal highs, we can still, we can anticipate sometimes that, well, I think I've talked now, I've talked more. Now I'm going to get, I'm going to set up a way that people can call in and then, you can talk as well. So I'm going to work on that. So that makes it more interactive as well. So people can just come on and just, chat as well and go over analysis and things like that. So, yeah, nice chatting and meeting, and I hope you look into the 10-4. I'll make some PDF or something for that to make it more insightful, but you get the basics, right? The 10 o'clock has the print, you want to get into a manipulation move, and you look where old 4 is, but the 4 o'clock cannot be used, and used means it cannot be tapped into after certain time. But I want you to study that, the times, look at it. This is the first ICT stream that I actually enjoy and can learn from. Oh, thank you so much. That is the biggest compliment that I actually got so far. I really appreciate that. Well, so, but we just, I'm really here to share and share knowledge and to make it as fun, but also like educational. So yeah. Well, like the stream, or I mean, just have you subscribed? Subscribe to the channel. No, it's just, yeah, I need to get some. I need to a little bit. They're both playing now as well. They need to be placed to learn. Yeah, and if you have specifics that you're like, okay, you know what, I want to get over that, because also for me, when somebody wants to learn a specific, it's also good for me to refresh things and maybe how to packages. How can I, give the information in a way that is really helpful and in a way that is I can integrate it maybe in the stream and go over it. So yeah, just let me know if you have specific topics, because you're just 3 months in, but I'm really impressed. I cannot say, I don't think, I mean, 3 months in is really not, it's just nothing. And that trade that you did, even it doesn't matter if it's paper trading, it's really, it's very impressive. I did not trade that way after 3 months. I can tell you that. I'm just being honest with you. Um, I think it's very good. So yeah, so let me know if there's anything you want to speed up, if I can help you with that and specific elements, breaker, the specifics. You probably know they were real. Yeah, well, you got 500 bucks, right? So I guess it was real. But even if it's a paper trade, doesn't matter. I sometimes I paper trade here, and I do announce it every time because I know people get really upset about it if you paper trade. But I'm like, a paper trade is literally the same. It's about execution. It's about analysis. It's about entering. I can have top analysis, but I can still have bad execution on a day and still have a losing day, right? And it's really weird when you start doing this. And I'm like, well, my analysis was so right. They're totally two different things: analysis and execution. So for me, when I paper trade, is also to practice execution. So anyway, but yeah, I'll see you back again, and let me know if there's anything you want me to go over with. I love to do that. I really like to do that. So, and for me, there will not be a higher reward if I can help somebody speed up. And I know you're gonna be an easy student because you are just, you're already. I just know even without me, you'll be fine. But if I can, give someone a model or just something that they really benefit from, That would be my biggest reward. Like, oh my God, I got that 10-4 model of you. I traded it today. I was at work and I just got in and I just had my stop above the wick, because you put your stop above the high of the 10 o'clock wick, right? And you let it, and you ride it to either you get stopped out or not. And the only way you get stopped out if you get it, no, you don't. Well, anyway, just study it. And I'm waiting for the day that you're going to tell me that you're trading. I'm sure you'll be very fast with this one and you'll benefit from it. So anyway, we'll see each other soon again. And anybody, there's some more people here. I really appreciate everyone joining me on my new journey, starting this new YouTube channel. And yeah, so this is it for now. And I'll see you tomorrow and we'll chat again. I'm looking forward to it. I'm really looking forward to it. So enjoy your day, evening, wherever you are. I'll see you soon. Bye bye.